The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, how's everybody? A bit of a niggle starting up there. Computer is running a bit slow for some reason. I think there's some background processes. And it could have been something to do with Windows Update. I haven't checked to see when it's next due. I normally disable it. But obviously you can't disable it forever anymore since the last update. Yeah, I just don't trust Microsoft for your best interests, really. Michael, how's it going? So yeah, that's the last minute thing. I felt pretty good today, and my eye is clear enough to see through it. We'll see how we go. I haven't had anything to eat yet, so... And it's a bit nippy in the morning now. It's getting colder. I think I've got most things up and running here. I forgot to start a few things up. I thought, bugger it. Even the intro's glitched a bit, I think. The CPU maxed out for some reason. So yeah. There's always stuff to talk about in this field. Pretty much my channel's got abandoned though. That's what happens when you out people and speak the truth. You see the little cult mentality out there. We don't see blue chicken anymore. We don't see 18 wheels anymore. All the other people out there that used to be regular chatters on the side. Look, it is what it is. You either accept the truth or you live in between worlds where you think it's okay to want the truth, but you're really stuck in the make-believe world still. Me, I'm just for the truth and call out bullshit when I see it, you know, bad actors. Frankly, you know, I could die and channel disappear, right? And Google eventually deletes your channel. I think if there's no activity in like a year or something, they purge it all, gone forever. You don't live on unless you got some family member that logs in occasionally or uploads something. I don't know, but you can extend it to 2 years or something. It's kind of scary, you know. 18 years of work suddenly vanishes. That's why I don't mind if people download the show and keep copies. Although I did have a Patreon membership for that, where if you paid, you had legal rights to have a copy. And Google doesn't offer a button to download it, unfortunately. And they're trying to stop people downloading YouTube videos with those add-on tools, right? Suing people. Kind of crazy, really. People always find ways to do stuff. Doesn't matter what you want them to do. People just don't like being told what to do. Unless you live in China, of course. Or Korea. North Korea, anyway. Yeah, I realise the time zones suck. But, best to do it when I feel better rather than feeling bad again. I was at the eye hospital yesterday getting checked out. Seems that the eyes are stable, even though I'm off those horrible immune pills. But now I feel better inside. But I still have the gallbladder problem. Since I've had the gallbladder removed, you can get sick occasionally because it doesn't produce the right enzymes anymore. Especially if you eat fish and chips. I found out in the middle of the week Mum bought fish and chips, and they're just a wee bit too greasy, you know. And of course I felt really crook. Then I made the mistake of drinking some leftover milk, and of course that requires enzymes. Milk and grease, boom. Dangerous combination. Pin comment. Yeah, I'll just catch up. So I tried to run this up pretty quick, edit a thumbnail. Wasn't the really best edit job, but I don't really care. You know, it's good enough. Here we go. Yes, I think you might be the only person on, and a lurker. Good, mate, glad to catch up the stream. Yeah, I thought maybe doing a late night one, but then I don't know. Being the end of Friday night in UK, there might be a few people up. Shogun probably be in bed. He's a family man. He's probably had a long day working. People will not bend to the will of any corruption. I don't know. It's people nowadays seem to be like sheep. They don't. They got short attention spans, and they don't do background checks. Even a basic, simple Google search can tell you a lot of information on people to see whether they sound reasonable or have had any complaints about them. You know, someone's bound to be talking about me out there somewhere. I think I'm shadow banned by ufology overall, you know, not just Google. But yeah, I've been doing this for years, mate. So when I first started, probably had the same number of people watching, 0. I didn't care. And then eventually people saw some of my debunks and thought, well, those 10-minute videos I've made was pretty good. So yeah, back then they didn't have live streaming, but live streaming is a bit more average Joe, isn't it? It's more community, it's more interaction going on, rather than just a video comes up with information where you're either going to get people that see a debunk and think, oh, didn't realize all that, and how stupid was I? And then you get the other crowd that follow Tyler in the 13 to 30-year-old range that think he's the best stuff, and everything he's telling, because he's the same age group, must be true, because he wouldn't lie to them. I just saw remember Tyler's last live? It was so appalling. It really was. And people saying, oh, good research. Oh, thank you for letting us know about all this. You know, like he's the only UFO news that they should trust. And it's like people that follow mainstream media channels like Fox News and Daily, where a lot of it's propaganda, right? But there is some truth mixed in. And they certainly lost the boat when they got rid of Tucker, because he was the only one that people really wanted to tune in to listen to, because he was the only one that had the guts to speak his mind. And he got in trouble with it, but he's a millionaire though. He's got his own media company, I believe, but yeah, I think I don't know why, but he'll probably team up with someone, probably like Elon. May not be a good idea. Really should do what we do here on YouTube, is stream it multiple places at once if you got the hardware to do it. Or if you want to pay a third party, which basically if that third party goes under or disappears, then what happens to all those live streams out there currently doing that? See, this is a problem, you know, if you can set up your own open source stuff and do it properly. Why claiming to be a computer scientist, right? and you're not doing computer science stuff. It shows up, you know. You can bullshit all you like, but actions speak louder than words, right? Me, I've just been so busy replacing an old phone camera that I had out the front window so it can see at night time, because it's all part of the sky watching. So now I've got a camera that can see through the window at night, through for half the south sky anyway, so I can see planes coming up the other side of the house now. Not sure if I can bring it up. As a dual lens camera, I thought it was only 2 megapixels each camera lens, but I thought that would be good enough. It wasn't cheap, but the firmware in it sucks. So I'll just quickly show you. I've got a few more icons here. Some of them will probably be deleted at some stage. I'm finding that pop player plays the strings better. So at the moment I got the front one changed here. And let's see if it comes up. The computer is a bit laggy. But yeah, I'm going to do sky watching soon. So at the moment, I'm not too sure about the brightness calibration, but it looks okay. Maybe dim it down a wee bit. Yeah, you got all these various settings you can do to enhance the image. But the dual lens combines it into one image, as you can see here. So I complained to the Chinese that they got no option to switch the cameras around because the sky's at the bottom instead of at the top, and that to me is a flaw. And all I got was abuse back from the seller, saying it was stupid. They said the camera's meant to be upside down, and yet their pictures on their sales page showed it correct way round, with the toddler running around on the floor, because it's meant to be like a nanny cam. And but the baby would be up here because that's the bottom camera, and this is the one that can swivel around and angle upwards and downwards. So I've got quite a bit of the sky covered here, and at night time it shines through the window okay, although there was no option to turn off the bright LEDs, but you'll get to see that when I do a next sky watch episode. It's got a wee bit of a fisheye bend to it, because I think what they did is 2 megapixels a bit under standard, right? And it should have really been 3 megapixel minimum, because what they've done is they've stretched the number of pixels here, and that causes some fisheye, as you can see here. That post is not meant to be curved. But yeah, we got some weeds in the way here, but long as we can see planes coming this way from the south, from Dunedin, down the bottom of the South Island this way. So you normally see them come along here, then they'll show up here, and sometimes you get ones coming from this direction here as well. Some coming from Antarctica, I guess, to Christchurch base. But you can see, yeah, it hasn't got the width. It's 4:3 as well. That's a problem with using 2 megapixels, but the picture's okay. It's good enough for what I need. And I thought I'd give it a try. I got one in the hallway because we've got an L-shaped hallway. Now I've got a camera looking down the hallway and one looking the other direction too. It's a bit better than having the fisheye. I'm not sure if I can bring it up and show you. But guys, at night time it might be alright when everyone's gone to bed, but yeah, I can't risk showing you that one. And of course we've got the sky one out the back here. It's still going nicely, hasn't sort of got water in it yet. I bought some silicone sealants which I could use in future. So remember, this one's also dual lens, but it joins it horizontally and you can't change it going upwards and downwards like you can on the other camera. But yeah, the technology will just get better and better. The dual lens ones will be like 2 times 8 megapixels each, and you'll have like probably 5,000 pixels across and 2,000 pixels down. But you can see the sun's come up here, and you've got a lens flare on that lens here. You can see that each camera is like a gecko lizard, and it kind of looks in different directions, so you get different lighting, which is okay in my book. It's better than buying 2 cameras and setting them up next to each other. But again, this is only 1080p downwards. Really needs to be double. But this one was only a 4 megapixel camera. It's still pretty good, as you've seen at night time. And this one hasn't got the bending going on because it's got the right size pixels, right, for fitting the lens. Yeah, it's amazing the insults you get from sellers if you give a bad review. And I said my review was honest review and it wasn't bad. It was like, I gave it average rating and all that sort of stuff. And I said the seller communicates, although they're clueless about their own technology. And saying, oh, just use the app, just do this, do that, you know, not knowing that I'm actually a computer scientist and I've got already 13 different cameras that I've bought over the years, know exactly what I'm doing with the software. And the software hasn't been updated, the free software, and it's not keeping up with the technology. Hey, look, we can see a plane. Look at how good that looks. We should have had the other camera up. There we go, that's the first one I've caught while it's been live. Pretty good, isn't it? A lot better than the fisheye one. Of course, it still looks smaller on the camera than it does with your eyes. But yeah, it'd be good just set it up for an afternoon New Zealand Skywatch and go to the evening. But I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the one that's got optical zoom, whether I'm going to do it through the window. I think I might set it up and give it a test run. But as you know, when you can't really use the extra, if you can't turn off the LEDs, which I'm not sure if I can on that big one, it will reflect off the window, it'll be useless. It's older technology. I'm not sure if it had an option there that actually turns off the LEDs. I think it did have, but it's been a while since I've used it now. I'll get the smartphone set up with the compass on it and all that, and just do like a test run. But I'd like to put it outside here, next to this other camera, and we can zoom in on the stars and things. It's lots of interesting stuff coming up anyway, but it just takes time setting it up, and hopefully no one steals it and all that sort of business. But yeah, it does take snapshots and sends it up to email, so even if they did steal it, it's going to be on the cloud that way. I don't trust the Chinese cloud. Yeah, where's all my things disappeared to? And of course, the other side of the house at the moment is still that one. The other one I've got currently drying out in the lounge still. It looks like it's come right. You can see how long it takes VLC to come up compared to Pop Player. See, that took ages to come up. Of course, that's on a 100 megabit LAN cable. That's the problem with the cameras. They're all still 100 megabit. And as you go up in pixel ratings, right, megabits, you're going to need that 1 gigabit line eventually. What's that up to? Giving the trailer away. That look like a bee coming our way, so it must be mucking around with bees. What's he up to? It's good having cameras. You can see where people are up to around the house. Spy network, but they're in, you know, not in too private areas like hallways and doorways and windows out the back. So you can see the fisheye has this, well, it's actually like an eye, isn't it? It's shaped like an eye, bends the image around. The firmware in these cameras though are way better, and you can turn off the LEDs on them by selecting the right color mode. Yeah, so I should probably move on. You'll see the finished idea eventually, and then when summer comes again, we'll be full on. Hopefully no gear dies. In fact, the big camera may even just died, just being in storage all that time. Who knows? It is made in China. They're not really. They're really copycats. They're not really developers, or what do you call them? Inventors. They just duplicate it and then copy it from one camera to another. They don't sort of improve the web pages that they embed into the firmware. So the web page that come with those dual camera ones comes up with the standard functions, but it doesn't dim them out or anything, and that if you select them they do nothing, and it's kind of weird, you know. And if you try and set it on color mode on the web page, it doesn't work. You have to use the app. There's another plane flying past. Anyway, probably time we do Skywatch and there'll be no planes to practice zooming on and whatnot. Anyway, Mike's got a bit of chat here. Let me just see if I can focus on it. I think you still might be the only one here, but oh, you've been busy chatting. Been hearing MP in UK worried about the new new power over the world. Who? I'm not sure what you mean. Doctor Who. You probably mean New World Order. Yeah, it'd be that German guy with the bald head. It looks like Mike Myers, is it? What's that guy called? Dr. Evil. He's definitely a Dr. Evil, isn't he? He's probably got a mini-me. When MPs start talking about it, you should be scared. Yeah. Cryptocurrency for World Bank, everything is coming together. Is it cryptocurrency or they're what they call digital money? It's not the same. They want to replace paper and coins. There's not a lot of people like that, because it means they can shut off your money flow just like that with a slap of the fingers, and you got no way to live, you know, buy food and stuff. That's what I really hated about PayPal. Like, that was started by Elon Musk, but really he had lots of help. You know, his dad was pretty rich and influential. They don't tell you the full story, how people getting into things, and funded his computers for his social media thing that he was mucking around with. That's how he first started as a kid, right? He is a smart guy though, but he does some dumb things occasionally. It's a bit like Trump, you know, occasionally he does some stupid things. But overall, he's not a bad guy. I think he means well. 3 to 5 years, the world will be different. I think it's been changing, certainly since 2016 anyway. Probably not for the good at the moment. I think AI is going to be a big thing, you know. I was looking at some AI last night where you can just create animated videos now, and it's all lifelike. They got animals, and you can tell it where to look and open its mouth and run or walk or sit up. It's just crazy, crazy what people are working on. Can you post a link? Yeah, as long as it does. What's it about? Yeah, I'll give you basic mod. They really need an option to allow people to post links, you know, rather than moderator, right? Because we end up with all that trouble again, where people start posting once trying to promote themselves, rather than, you know, they get all upset if you take it away and they can't post the link to their video because people want to see the video instead of concentrating on the live show. This is where all the problems started. Getting a scene, it's hyper real. Yeah, be used quite a bit everywhere, I think. And the problem is, it's going to make ufology a right mess. Now anyone at home can download this software and emanate a UFO, and it'll be better than anything third face faked. They're not fakers, because they are. Brent, wouldn't you love to put those guys on a lie detector on a live show? That would be really fun. Ask them any question, and you know, it'd be like that game show. They would never do it. They'd be total cowards because they know they're liars. Stunning. Yeah, you're talking about when I was showing the picture. Cameras. Yeah, sometimes they do updates. Got to keep adding in the spyware, I guess. Really, it'd be good if all the camera software was open source, and it would get fixed very quickly, and it would always be up to date. And it should be like a standard. The software should be standard for night vision cameras and whatever. And you just make a camera in, and it dims parts that camera can't do. That's how it should work, right? And, you know, if it wasn't for Chinese cheap cameras, people would be stuck having to buy 3 times the price HIK cameras and all that sort of stuff, all the other top brands, Sony and all that. You'd be paying through your nose, like Samsung. How they can justify the price of some of their tablets and phones is just crazy. When you can buy a phone way cheaper, you know, 1/10 the price, that does everything the same. And like most of these phones, they're not made to be fixed, you know. It's hard to get to the battery, just flip out the battery when the battery goes wrong. It's made for a disposable market with people with lots of money to burn. That's what I see. It's just greed. me, I tend to open up stuff and try and fix it if I can, but then you find you can't get the parts, and you end up having to throw it away anyway. It's terrible. Like, I tried to get a battery from my tablet, even from the manufacturer, and I never got any reply from China. And I was willing to pay a wee bit more for it, but no, they weren't interested. You know, sometimes they have these batteries in the tablets, electronics, that doesn't have the usual wires, right? It might have a couple of extra ones coming out the side, which goes to a circuit board, and you're just wondering, are they temperature control, and what do you do with them? And it would never charge, you know. You could put another one in there, which I've tried to do, and try and guess it, but it's never ever charged. There should be a way that you can always plug in an external adapter, right? But the problem is they always seem to get damaged. But even if you could put in the power cords and bypass the battery and just run the tablet off battery, that would be okay for a lot of people, myself, you know, where you just want to have the tablet on, maybe like a second computer on your screen where you check out your live stream, how it's run on YouTube or whatever. But I had thought about trying to do that, but you have to put some sort of capacitor, not capacitor, probably resistor between two wires and all this sort of stuff to trick the sensor to think there's a battery and all this sort of stuff. Yeah. There's only so much I can self-learn and risk doing. And of course, I'm always worried about these batteries bursting into flames at some stage. Because these batteries are everywhere now, right? And you're basically meant to have a container that's meant to be like fireproof and store any of these lithium-ion batteries in there. Because if it catches fire, you can grab the container and throw it outside, right? You can't extinguish it with water or throw a blanket over it or anything like that, because it just keeps on burning. And so you're meant to have like these special little lithium-ion plastic bags that don't mount, and you can pick them up with tongs and throw it quickly in the bag or something, you know. Throw it outside till it burns up completely. Some updates are a joke depending on the team implementing it. Well, if it's China, it's Team Spy China. And of course, the apps are just useless for the cameras, so really basic cut down. You don't get all the advanced settings like you do with the web page interface or what they call VMS. There's CMS and there's VMS. VMS allows you to access all different cameras. CMS just allows you to access one camera at a time. And single view sort of thing, normally, although the line between the two is sort of mixing. Oh, thank you very much. You're a member again. It says here. Yeah, I don't really care too much about money, but it's getting a bit difficult now just to try and keep this channel funded. I make about $8 a month from ads and all that sort of stuff, you know. But yeah, as you know, cameras are quite costly. But yeah, once it's all set up, I should be right now, and I should be able to keep paying off my credit card. Because the banks always win, and then we'll start making more shows again once I've got my focus and my health together. Yeah, got to be careful what we talk about here, Michael. Especially in side chat, they even monitor what you post, links and all that sort of stuff. Everything they check. They got to control the narrative, right? Oh, what's this? Another
Michael
one.
King donated £5 through Super Chat.
Oh, thanks, Mike. You don't have to do that, though. I know you're struggling, like I am. You know, as I said before, what really matters is people putting in the time to come and interact on the show, because that means a lot more than just having one person watching that's donating hundreds of dollars each time, you know. A bit like GUFON, you know, he's got his little cult followers that keep donating to him. If they don't donate to him, he can't live because he doesn't have a backup income. Even if it's, I don't think he wanted to be on the government books like he was previously. They pay pretty good money over there when you're unemployed, though, from what I heard. It's like double or triple what I get. But the Americans are crazy with their cost of living prices, but it's not that too different with food, I don't think. Sounds very similar to New Zealand. And with all this climate change stuff, you might notice the price of meat skyrocketing up all the time. This is the problem in New Zealand now, that the government, Jacinda, pushing all this climate change in the Green Party. The farmers are just giving up, right? They're just going to different livestock that, like, instead of doing beef and steak, which is highly prized, obviously, worldwide. So all those other countries that like our food, they should be, if they want to go with this climate change and carbon credit stuff, they should be covering it in the price of the meat they buy, rather than getting trade cuts, you know, and no taxation. Me, I'm taxed to death now. Even though I'm not incoming, when I buy anything now on AliExpress, it's so much money extra. You have to spend, 15% added on. And it, if you're buying like a $100 camera, that's another $15. And not only that, they even get 15% on the shipping costs. So if it costs $20 to ship it, they get money tax on that as well. It's just crazy. And that's why New Zealand can pay out a lot of the money to the so-called diverse population, mostly the Maoris. Get all these kickbacks, and it's causing a bit of a stir because there was all that flooding up north, and everyone was giving money to the Maoris, and the Indians were all sort of destroyed homes and stuff, and trying to have to do it through insurance companies. No one's giving them handouts, and same with the Europeans up there. So we have the problems in New Zealand too, where it seems like you're the underclass in your own country. It's not right. Everybody should be treated equal. They get the same money when they're sick, same as I do, unemployed. They get the same stuff, same when they're working. So, in fact, some of them get some really good money. They've been given lots of extra money through the treaty things, where they could buy their own businesses and all that sort of stuff. It might go to the iwi. The iwi could set up the businesses and employ people and keep them all happy. Never happens. Drugs, sex, and rock and roll, baby. It's the same problems that you probably have in the UK as well. You probably get sick of that sort of thing too, in USA too. Everybody should be equal. Everybody should be treated the same, but it doesn't end up that way, right? And at the moment, it's anti-white, anti-white, anti-white. But I'm not even full. I know I'm not full European, right? I'm a whole mixed shebang in there. So that's DNA for you, right? I could claim to be Indian or so on, because if we find it in the bloodline 1,000 feet up or whatever, the family tree, and claim I want the benefits. But I would never do that, right? Because I'm me. What I am now is what I am now. You know, I'm not going to claim that I've got some Indian blood in me and get some perks from that. This is what they do in New Zealand, though. You know, you can't find a full-blooded Maori, right? It's just ridiculous. In fact, the Scottish, when they come over here, they love the Maoris. Well, the Maoris love the Scottish. They like the bit of haggis. And that's what Dunedin is, you know. Dunedin's a very Scottish city down there. Christchurch is very New Zealand citizen. And, well, not New Zealand citizen, but it's very European, you know. It's very UK Christchurch, because it's named after Christchurch in UK. But yeah, there's not really that many Maoris in Christchurch for some reason. There are a few around, but I think it's too cold here. And Dunedin the same. Gets colder as you head further down south now. But if you go north, that's where they like to be. You know, Nelson upwards, where it's warmer again. But then you had the Maori tribes against the South Island tribes, not getting the same entitlements, you know. It's always ongoing. You know, it's not our fault that they traded the axe for a chunk of land, and then they say it's not fair later. They forget all the benefits of Europeans, right? All the inventions, technology, the cars they drive, the boats they drive now, the medical. It's one big melting pot, you know. They should appreciate it. People don't appreciate it. It's always more, and give us more. I'm quite happy, you know, living on bare bones, because I'm used to it. I've been rich, I've been poor. I don't really care. Money is money. Easy go, easy come. We've got a few more comments popping up here. Anyway, probably already been degraded by Google by talking about too much stuff anyway. A lot of stuff people are too scared to express their opinions on. But, yeah. There's good or bad in all people. Like, we had, like, a lot of Asian homestays. Most of them had rich families as well. They're over here now as like permanent residents, buying up houses and all that sort of stuff. I can't do that sort of stuff. Trump did good for the world, actually, when you look at it, but you never hear about it. I think the world's a way west now since Biden took over. And it's only getting worse. But maybe next election things can change if people wised up by now. But I don't think they have, because they haven't wised up in ufology. Why would they wise up on US policies and politics, right? Yeah, this left-right mentality, it's kind of stupid, you know. They sort of that sort of destroys the world, destroys their country. They need to have like common goals for the best of for everybody. You know, you can't. You know, they talk about alt-right and all that. You know, if you're a Trump supporter, you've got to be alt-right, which is this is the propaganda and the brainwashing they do, right? You know, Trump's been right on lots of things now, and a lot of it's coming out, right? God, man, Michael, you're best to be on voice, man. Anyway, I've got to get on with the show, really. Yeah, you got the wrench back. Shogun's got one too, but yeah, you guys don't always show up, so as long as you don't sort of annoy me too much and lose it again, like some people did. Maybe one day we can actually start talk freely again and express our opinions on things without being labelled, right? He's racist! No, definitely not. I love all sorts of people. I just go on the nature of people. You know, normally I can tell if someone's good inside and they mean well. I don't care what they look like. Never have. I did grow up where we had, you know, those little dolls, you know, monkeys as toys, little monkeys and stuff. Nowadays, most of that's probably banned because people see it as stereotyping black people or whatever. But we saw it as more that they were part of the family, you know. I can't say the word, but we did have one of those toys that's causes a lot of outrage. Then we had Jack and the pop-up things that popped out of boxes. You know, you wind them up and they popped out. We had lots of fun as kids. We never were racist or anything. We just laughed. You know, Benny Hill and all those that now classed as racist. It was just a bit of fun. It wasn't really attacking anyone, really. Yeah. Yeah, I just sort of have to skim some comments here. They have all loved me and I love them. Yeah. You're sick of it too, yeah. There's grifters everywhere, is how I see it, you know, in life as well in ufology, right? And they don't give anything back for it. You know, at least I worked. I paid a lot of taxes. I kept a lot of people on out of work benefits. Now it's my turn to get it back. You know, it's paid forward as far as I'm concerned. Unfortunately, probably they didn't like that though. I was told when I was sick, and they were mucking around with the benefits, you know, trying to, you know, how they muck around with the benefits before elections, so where they merge it and all that sort of stuff. Oh, you can't be on unemployment benefit for the rest of your life. You're only 55 or whatever. You're not going to be on here until you retire. Well, unfortunately, I can't dictate if I can get work or not with health problems. This is the kind of people the government hire, though. They try and always hassle you or force you on. And now they're trying to try and bring in controls to monitor what we can do on our crypto. Now I can't invest my crypto into what they call investment options, where basically they use your funds and then they give you part of the fees as interest instead of using their funds. So you can opt to, yeah, it's a bit complex, but that way your crypto keeps increasing, even if it's like $100 a year, right? It's like getting interest for having money in the bank. Now I can't do that because the crypto company with Binance has signed agreements with New Zealand government and all this sort of stuff, and they're gradually eating away what we can do with our money. So I bought crypto because I thought it might be safer than current money. And then the Chinese destroyed it by getting rid of all the crypto mining companies, right? And they had to find new sources. I think it might be relocated to South America now, a lot of those, where it's got to calculate the crypto keys and the transactions and all that. And of course the banks don't want it because they want the control, right? Banks are always the evilness in the whole world. They're the ones behind all the scammers and not refunding the money like they should do. They don't lock their accounts. All those African scammers, they don't lock them because they make lots of money of them. And people don't see that. I just find it really surprising, really. Yeah, you're right there. They've turned it into overboard stuff, right?
Michael King donated £10 through Super Chat. Boom. Love your stuff, mate. Long time sub. Keep it up, bro.
You're not on the whiskey or anything, are you? That's something I haven't been able to do as much drinking because it just makes me more sick now, unfortunately, with the liver. I do like a bit of whiskey occasionally, especially if you've got a sore throat. Yeah, I have to be very careful how much I drink now. I haven't had a beer now for 3 months. But I can only drink certain beers as well. Well, internals is really messed up, I think. And there's something going on inside me that they haven't pinned. You know, and anyway, we better get on with the UFO stuff. Instead of talking about life in general, should have a channel, Life with Paul. Say what you want. It'd be nice if you could do that, though. Separate things. But anyway, we can't because we're under control. There's no such thing as freedom, really, but it's better than what's in China. You know, I can't even post a link to TikTok on AliExpress. I can say, here's a video I did on your camera. You can use it for promotion if you want, or take images from it if you want, and I can't post it. Comes back, says, this is a banned link, and if you keep it up, your account will be disabled. That sort of comment you get on AliExpress. And you realize how much people are under control in China. So yeah, I told this seller off that last camera, oh, we're not going to accept your review. I'm not sure if they can put a counterclaim and get your review removed. I said, well, the information I put on it is what's not on your sales page. Like it's got net IP protocol, it's got this and it's got that, and it's got a floor where you can't flip the cameras around so the sky's above instead of below, and oh no. I said, look, I was a tutor in university. I got 2 degrees in technology. You're telling me I don't know what I'm doing and what I'm talking about? And she said, oh, you're not a professional because you got your camera aimed at a window. I said, try and do Google. Oh, no, you can't because you're censored. You can't Google search things, can you? How many people want LED option to turn off via the firmware? I said, so the LEDs don't glow off the window. But I said, there's ways you can do it by opening it up and pulling off the cable off the block, I said to her. And I'm not sure if she replied. I haven't bothered checking. But yeah, that people can get really nasty, especially the Chinese. The sellers can be very devious. Yeah, I've come across some really good ones. They're over top desk thing. It's quite heavy and all that, and it's going to cost a hell of a lot of money to ship it. It's almost half the price of the product, you know. The product was like $800 and $400 in shipping, and they arranged it all, and it shipped here very quickly, like within a month, and it was here, bang, you know. And other people like that, some that are really, really professional, and some are really scummy. And there's no way that they control these people. They've got some people that are selling these fake hard drives, right? But basically, it's got a memory card on there with an SD card on it, and they're selling it as a 64 terabyte when it's actually a 64 gigabyte memory card, SD card in it, as a solid state drive. And they're still all up. They got various sellers of these selling it for like $20 US, and you don't get a virtual memory card, what they're called, VMEs or whatever it's called, less than a couple $100, right? Depending on, you know, for 1 terabyte sort of thing. Even that's pretty small, you know. You really want more the better. Yeah, so I'm fighting on different fronts, you know, trying to get a refund. So I managed to get $10 back out of her before, and then she said, "Oh, can you give us a good review?" And I thought, oh yeah, that's what it's all about, is it? And I told her, "I've already done a review, didn't you read it?" And she had already approved the $10 refund, and then she got really nasty and nasty. I said, "You do realise I run a media channel, and I do reviews of Chinese products." And she sort of shut up a bit after that. I said, "I will be featuring your camera on the next live show, and probably when I do my sky watching stuff." She probably wouldn't even know what that was, I tell you. And I don't think she even knew English. I think she was using a translator. That's something they've added to AliExpress now. It auto-detects, and it posts the original comment twice for some reason. Some sort of glitchy bad code again. Yeah, so I've upgraded this computer, and it is fast. Not faster than what it was, but it's still underpowered for everything I need to do on it, right? I'm not like a talking head live streamer. I'm actually doing lots of complex stuff with it. Not as much as I used to, because if you're not very well and you just want to go to bed and sleep for most of the day, there's not much you can do, right? You get behind on things, and but anyway, I'm sure someone will clip something that I said today and use it against me. But I'm a good guy. I'm a nice guy. People that know me personally will vouch for that. You know, JD was one I met on this channel. And he wasn't even in my city, but eventually moved to my city because they realised that's where his family was, and he still realised it's still the best city in the world, even with the earthquakes. And you can go anywhere from Christchurch, you know, on trips and stuff quite easily, even Australia. And it's just got the overall best climate, where it's not too hot and it's not too extremely cold. It's sort of a comfortable place, you know. Not crazy like Auckland. And although they got the nice golden beaches up there, we got more granite type beaches, volcanic rock. Anyway, better carry on. Looks like I'm going to have to put a big chapter in there to skip all this. But I don't really care. I haven't really got anything planned. I've just got a few tabs here and we'll just go through it. And just kick it off now. So, I haven't even had time to organise it. So, let's see. Where do we get to? Corbell. Update on that one. Can't remember what it was about now. Let me just refresh my mind. Corbell already identified it. He said it was a craft. Alright, this is quite good. Remember, he's changing his story now. Someone put this together. Was it Green Streak that did it? I think it was this guy here. Charlie Weiser. I'll just play it. Under
you
fair
remember
use.
last week in that show where we declared our belief that this is an alien spaceship, an emissary from the planet Krondak, right?
How might it react if it's intelligently controlled?
Was it you who said that?
I'm
Michael
definitely
King
saying
donated
that
£5
we have a
through
spaceship.
Super Chat.
No, I fucking didn't say that. I was very clear.
This was an object. The object was sitting there. So I'm not.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, you just... Is that loud enough? I think it is. I'm just checking the LEDs. I've just turned down my headset, that's all. Because I was getting a bit of a headache. When you wear a headset for like 5 hours and you're listening, it sort of does your head in. So, Corbell's changing the story here, saying he never said it was a craft. So, I'll just... because
it was.
where's the play handles gone on this? What's going on here?
Craft. It was.
Where's the scroll bar on it? I can't see a scroll bar. It's Twitter stuff.
Was a craft. It was
Where's,
a craft. This is something Arrow should know about.
My mom.
This craft right on top. Right on
This
top.
guy's a complete idiot, isn't he? He's got to be a disinformation agent. Yeah, I just can't see where the play bar is, where you can scroll back. Is it hidden? Maybe because I have to go into it, is it? Maybe because it's a post of a post, isn't it? Maybe it's got it now.
You remember last week in that show where we declared our belief that this is an alien spaceship, an emissary from the planet Krondak, right?
How might it react if it's intelligently controlled?
Was it you who said that?
I'm definitely saying that we have a spaceship. No, I fucking didn't say that. I was very clear.
This was an object. The object was sitting there. So I'm not going to say object anymore. It was a craft. It was a craft. This is something Arrow should know about.
My mom.
Called out.
This craft right on top of this craft that was there to illuminate this craft and what this string
This
of
is
lights
killing
on the
me.
craft looked like. So
You've been
this
caught
was
out, you shill.
Not clear. The craft was sitting there.
The
and
web
while
never
the craft
forgets.
is stationary, and you could see the shape
The craft
of
is
the craft as it's getting
stationary.
closer
I
to
never
the
said
craft, the
effing
entire
craft.
craft disappeared.
You've been caught out, dude.
This was not clear.
My mom.
This is something that was a mass sighting of a UFO.
This reminds me of
incursion
GUFON.
over a military base. This was a craft.
My mom.
If there is an incursion of an unknown craft of unknown origin that can hover
Okay, is it playing
like
still?
that, zero
Oh, is it
sound.
just playing
No,
over again?
I fucking didn't say that. My mom.
I thought you had a longer version actually, but yeah, this is hilarious. I never said that. Yeah. Well, how about all this evidence then? That's just hilarious, man. Hilarious. Lurkers in the channel. Oh no, we got lurkers. I've always had lurkers, mate. Because they're interested in see what my opinion is, right? That Corbell one's hilarious. But yeah, I don't know where the play handles disappeared to. What did I say? I replied to him. I don't think too many people are sharing this, I might just post a link to it. These guys give them a thumbs up if you're on Twitter. Haha, it's fun pointing out ufology shills liars. Corbell's memory is as bad as GUFON's memory. Still, the gullible will keep following these grifters and disinformation agents and make them more cash. Cash, cash, cash. Now, does anyone think there was a ship there? You know, they're trying to make this like the new Phoenix Lights, which was two different events, right? I don't think it's anything like the Phoenix Lights, because if that was the case, he would have said, oh, the military dropped flares, we think they're covering up the craft that was seen just before, which we haven't got a video of. You know, that would have been like more of an honest storyline to go with, right? And Corbell called out. I've actually got some more stuff on flares, I think, here as well. And I'll see if I can find it. And we got the Mick West and NASA stuff coming up. Let's see, what do we got here? Alright, what was this about? Oh, that was about the space station thing. Yeah, that was quite good information there from the last live show. I thought I got rid of that one though. I'm not sure why I kept it. That's the problem if I leave it too long. Alright, Flat Earth. I've put out this thing here. But we'll come back to that one. Let me just see if I can find any other stuff on flares. I thought I had flares. Alright. Maybe I was talking about the burn time of flares, right? I said I swore that I saw something that said 40 to 60 minutes. Well, I did another search and I found this one up. One of the most important skill you can have in a variety of emergency situations and disasters is signaling. So I was talking about the difference between parachute flares and regular flares that you use on boats and whatnot. Although you can get handheld ones that shoot a rocket up and it comes down with a parachute as well. So talking about flares here again, you can see they can be quite big, some of them. You know, even the ones they fire with parachutes, you saw how big they were. They were like 4 hands length, right? They go into little tubes they shoot out. But here, I think I had the information. Here we go. Flames will burn anywhere from 45 seconds, that's the minimum, I guess, to 60 minutes. There you go. Depending on the size and type of flare. Aerial flares have a much shorter burn time, so that's the parachute ones, I guess, and the ones with rockets that shoot upwards. While handheld and stationary flares tend to burn for longer. So I know there was other information out there. It just took me a wee while to pin it again. I think I had a bookmark for it and it got lost somehow. You know how you get multiple tabs and you're scrolling along, and I think somehow some of them disappear. I think there's a bug. Most flares, whatever their chemical composition, function pretty much the same, but they are designed for different environments and different methods of deployment. So they said here, traditionally chemical or pyrotechnic flares have highly variable burn times. Flares that are fired from flare guns or other launchers called aerial flares usually have a burn time of about 45 seconds. Sometimes as little as 20 seconds. So above comment should actually say 20 seconds. So yeah. I haven't seen anyone say that burn longer than 60 minutes though. And it's talking about 10 minutes here. Handheld flares and flares that are designed to be placed on the ground or other holders will have a typical burn time anywhere from 10 minutes to an hour. How long will flares burn in wet weather? Damp conditions and rainy weather can affect the burn times of all flares, although most chemical flares are the variety at the very least water resistant. Okay. Not all flares are waterproof. So I was thinking about those flares used on parachutes, whether dry conditions make them burn slower or faster, or windy conditions. But because it's chemical, it's got the oxidant. It's a bit like a rocket, right? The oxidant's got the oxygen in it, so it can even burn underwater, some of these flares, because they don't need oxygen from the air. But some do take oxygen from the air. But I was thinking about people saying, no, they only burn 7 minutes. I had some guy debate me on Twitter claiming, go and read the military manual, it says 7 minutes. And I was saying to him, hang on, but I've got this web page that says approximately 7 minutes. That means it can go either side of that 7 minutes. It's not going to be precisely 7 minutes. It's chemicals, it's mixed together, and you're not going to get an even layer of oxidant to...
Michael King donated £3 through Super Chat.
God, you must have won the lottery. Thanks again. Yeah, like I said, if you look at it as a scientist, how chemicals are mixed, it's not going to be perfectly even, so you're going to get varied burn times, right? But these people that are debating it as Kraft and Corbell's correct, and that burnt for 10 minutes, and 7 minutes is not 10 minutes, and I said, well, you find that it might actually go to 7.5 minutes, you know, it's going to be closer to 8 minutes, because those ones they say are 4 minutes actually burn almost to 5 minutes. But they just couldn't see what I was saying. But here they're saying that some flares are affected by the rain, and some of them are affected by the water too. So it depends how they're sort of made, right? But I think military ones are obviously designed for wind resistant and water, right? But I don't know. It's really hard to find information, technical information on flares. But even if it's 20 seconds longer than 7 minutes, you know, people could be looking up at the sky and just they think it's 10 minutes when it's actually closer to 8 minutes, you know. People just can't see that. But then I said, look, maybe it wasn't those infrared flares that we were talking about, but it was the illumination flares. And if you drop 2 sets of them, with the second set to come on after the first set burns out, it's going to look like the same thing, right? And there's your 10 minutes. But now they've changed it up to 30 minutes now. Yeah, I think there was a lot of BS going on in that story. And those military grunts that were filming didn't have a clue. Is it possible that enough water could put out certain kinds of pyrotechnic flares? Oh, is it possible? Is it possible? It is possible. That's what they're saying. Where'd I get the other word from? Generally speaking, for common signaling flares that are not wet weather optimized, damp conditions might cut burn time by as much as 50%. So it's some good information you can find online, but it's not really much, you know. Will flares burn longer in warm or cold weather? Usually neither. Most emergency signal flares designed for the purpose have a wide temperature range. So temperature doesn't matter. That means you should expect prescribed burn time. How long can you store flares for? Do storage conditions affect flare shelf life? Has it got wind here? I don't mention reading about wind. Temperature and wetness. Best way to store flares. Unless I missed it. Let's do a Control F. Oop. And type in wind. Yeah, you didn't mention wind at all. So this is a problem. Web pages don't always have the right information you're after. But I also want to know why they don't say approximately 7 minutes on the military manuals. I'm not sure if I kept the web page for that saying approximately, since I was talking about it. Flares, 60 minutes we got there now, but not the ones with the parachutes. Looks like you're the only one here today, Michael. There's a basic mechanical timer on them to when they ignite, but you can't, I'm not sure if you can turn them back off. So that kind of information is really hard to find. But if once it's lit, right, it's going to burn regardless at 2,000 to 3,000 degrees, I think I read. If a timer then sealed it back off to keep the chemical inside, it'd probably burn the casing. In fact, at 2,000 to 3,000, I think it probably melts the casing as it burns, right? Probably drips down, as in like oxidized metal, right? It just become like gritty bits that fall down onto the ground. You probably don't even notice it. It's like it's mixed in with the smoke. I probably would have to do more research on that, if you can find it, that is. Like I said, I haven't had time to really dive down every rabbit hole and try and find technical information on this side of things. Do flares burn the casing away? It would have to at 2,000 degrees, surely. What do we got here? Flares burn with extreme heat and can easily damage your boat or raft. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? How long do flare burn? 15 to 30 minutes there. How long do they stay in air? And that's burn time again. So this is a problem when you do a search. Do flares shoot underwater? Not very well. Yeah, it talks about oxidizer here. Produce a flame at the tip of the torch. Yeah, I want to know if it burned the casing. If the casing is cracked or deteriorated in any way, the flares are bad. Now, why would that be? If it's got its own oxidant.
Yash donated $4 through
we got
Super
yes
Chat.
on the side. Hey, yes, how's it going? Thanks for that. Obviously, used to guys like what I do. But I'm just trying to, you know, you can see how hard it is to find information. You have to search and search for hours. Flares burning with extreme heat. I think it's about, can go up to 3,000. What? See, flares burn at 1600 degrees Celsius. Is that 2000, 3000 Fahrenheit though? So basically high density pyrotechnics which burn at temperatures up to 1600 degrees. So what they talking about here? Flares used by military aircraft. How about other ones though? I've heard it hot. Oh, here we go. It is about 3,000 Fahrenheit. So when they talk about 2 to 3,000, they're talking about Fahrenheit, obviously. Why Americans can't be metric, I don't know. It's really complicated, Americans behind the times, really. Even Chinese are metric, right? Here we go, 2,000 degrees, but they're not saying if it's Celsius there. Yeah, here we go, Fahrenheit again. But that's got to melt hot enough to melt steel. It's got to melt. What's the temperature that metal melts at? Maybe what happens to parachute casing? Let's see, imagine parachute, skydiving, pyrotechnics. The drogue chute and parachute deployment sequence. The drag force slows the parachute down. Duh. Yeah, I don't know. I reckon they're going to be too hot to touch anyway. But whether they melt, I don't know. What's temp? So what would they use for casing? It'd have to be steel. So let's see, what temp does steel melt? Okay. There we go, carbon steel. So it is, the flares are getting hot enough to melt it, right? According to that information there. Stainless steel. Thousand degrees Fahrenheit, I guess they're talking about there. What metal can stand 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, I guess they're talking about. Tungsten can be used as the base metal for an
Michael
alloy.
King donated £2 through Super Chat.
Hey, all this love I'm getting. Wow. Thanks, guys. I'd rather have you guys here, not just, you know, it's not about money. But it's a bit of a surprise to get that many donations in one show. That doesn't normally happen for me anyway. Tungsten provides high hardness levels. And what we've got, melting points of metals. Pure aluminium. See, that would melt even lower down, right? Would they use aluminium casing or steel casing? So there's so many things we don't know because we just don't know the technical aspects of flares. Especially what the military use. Maybe they use casings that don't melt, but then you'd have to. You won't want to keep dropping flares over a country where the shell casings can be reclaimed, like if they're made with titanium and rare metals, right? Then they can remelt those down and reuse them back as weapons at you. You want them to be part of the disintegration process, I would have thought. Military flares anyway. So yeah, 1500 degrees there, right? For steel. And aluminium was like 600, wasn't it? So yeah, more questions than answers again, but, you know, all these people defending Corbell, and now he's changed the story that there was a craft and the military covered it up by dropping flares. The story keeps changing. I never said craft. So, what else we got here? Cloaked mothership. Oh, yeah. Okay, we got a load of old stuff there still to go over. We'll go to the Mick West stuff now, I think, and then work backwards again. So, Mick West has got a boost on his ego, but really, some of the stuff that Mick said, I backed up. You know, I agreed at the time that it looks bang on. I normally say bingo or bang on, and sounds correct, you know. And he originally said that the Go Fast one was possibly a bird. I think there was some calculations done, early calculations done, where people estimated it wouldn't be any more than 200 miles an hour, right? Because they're calculating it based on pixels on the screen and video techniques, right, to estimate it, which proves it can be totally wrong. Well, and not totally wrong, it can be way out. It turns out that the Go Fast is actually a Go Slow. And what Mick said was, and his analysis of that was 40 miles an hour. 20 to 40 knots or whatever it is. What is knots? Let's just check that up. 20 knots to miles. What have we got coming up? 20 miles per hour. So there's not that much difference by the looks of it. There we go, 30. It's not much difference really. So 40 gets 46. There you go. So that's not too bad. If people said it was up between 20 and 40 initially, but I think Maccabee might have said 150 miles an hour, but I can't find his workings. But he was basing it not on the sensor readings and all that like Mick was. He was calculating on the movement across the pixels of the video itself. But anyway, it wasn't too bad. It wasn't Mach 2. Yeah, there was another one for that, wasn't it? This one here from Screen Streak. So this is quite funny. Taking the mickey out of all the UFO Twitter crowd, right? That believe all the government shills.
This video has come to be known as Go Fast and shows an object speeding just above the water.
That thing is hauling
That's
ass.
exactly my point.
It's a little less than 2/3 the speed of sound.
How is the craft able to fly so fast?
All those experts, huh?
We can apply basic trigonometry to figure out how far it moved. And in this case, this object moved about 390 meters in 22 seconds. And that corresponds to a velocity of just 40 miles per hour.
That thing is hauling
That's
ass.
exactly my point.
40 miles per hour.
It's a little less than 2/3 the speed of sound.
40 miles per hour.
But how is the craft able to fly so fast?
40 miles per hour. 40 miles per hour. 40 miles per hour.
This
You
video has
clowns.
come to be known as Go Fast.
That's hilarious. Green Streak is in his prime at the moment. But it's a bit shame because we know there's real stuff out there. And most of the garbage that he dealt with was the 99%, right? He hasn't really been looking at the real cases, which isn't, you know, stuff that's I've put up on my channel. That's never ever made it publicly because some of it's not allowed to be public, you know. But yeah, that's funny. So it's actually GoSLOW video. And of course, what goes at 40 miles per hour, right? Let's see, they worked it out at 13,000 feet, right? Wind speeds at 13,000. I think I went through it all at some stage too. wind speeds at different altitudes, right? People, and how they can change directions too. Wind speeds at 30,000 feet. Let's see if we can get an answer. There you go. 20 knots there, 13 knots. There you go, we've got a chart, here we go. So at 10,000 feet, it's around 20 miles per hour. Yeah, the chart's not really visible, is it? Let's see. I have covered it before though. All the stuff you got to do when you do research, right? And they got that same chart. I wonder if I can bring it up bigger. So there you go. How's it work? Wind speed goes all the way up to 25 on this. There we go. It's almost up to 13,000. I've got 12,000 here. And that's at 25 miles per meters I got here. 25 meters per second. So convert that to the American standard. 25 meters per second to miles per hour. 55 it says here on that chart. It's not too far out from 40 though, but sometimes it slows down again. So maybe it creates a chart like that. But yeah, see if we can find a better chart. That's not working though. Wind speeds, altitude. Here we go. You see how it happens? It goes faster, and then so let's just have a look at some of these. What's one's going to better be readable though? Yeah, so meters per second. So all the way up to 60, and then it goes slower as it goes higher again. So it's at that edge where it's actually bending backwards. So yeah, it would probably be about there. Is it 13 beat, but somewhere in the middle there. It's on the slow down again. According to that one, that one looks more interesting. Average wind speed in meters per second, kilometers. So what we got here? We got lower altitudes. Is it? What we got? Altitude at kilometers. Oh, right, kilometers. We need American standards, really. But you can see, yeah, there's a cutoff point at 10,000 there. Then it slows down. Then it goes really crazy speeds. Then it starts slowing down again. It's interesting when you start looking into all this technical stuff. And that's why people don't understand, you know. They might be seeing something at 13,000 feet, but on the ground the wind might be going in a different direction as well. We haven't looked at directions. 13,000 feet, but on the ground it would be the same speed though. But yeah. This point here, if you're there and you're looking up in the sky, at that level there can actually be going faster. How would we do that though? Yeah, we're not looking at it the right way there for ground to height. There's all sorts of graphs. Oh, look at that one. And let's see, you got wind direction too, wind direction per altitude. I wonder if that's got some charts. There you go. Wind speed and direction. Okay, that one's a bit more complex, is it? And direction. How do we read this sucker? Big drop there, big drop there. Wind speed and direction versus altitude versus altitude. So, how do you read that though? As in direction. Negative direction, positive direction. Is that how you would read that? I suppose it would be, wouldn't it? Here's one where it's doing the bendy thing. Influence wind direction. And this is where all these weather maps come into it, which is obviously based at averages, right? Wind speed, string lines. Oh, right, this based on string lines. So when Gabba was talking about the wind directions, right, he was referring to the string line speed, which will be at a certain altitude, not all the different heights from that string line downwards, right? So he's saying, oh, the balloon going against the wind. No, it doesn't work that way. This is what I'm trying to get through to people. It's a bit more complicated than that. You can't just look at these charts and think you've got it sussed out that the balloon's going this direction. Yeah, if it's in a slipstream. And there's a more complex one there. What's that there, America? Not sure. Is it the country map underneath it there? I'm not sure. Just arrows. Oh no, it looks like you'd have to do a degree in this stuff, really. You can see it's quite complicated. But anyway, should have got sidetracked. What were we looking at? Mick West thing. So, yeah. Did I post the link to that? That was quite funny. Yeah, I did. Let's get rid of that one. And what did Mick West say here? Today, NASA managed to successfully replicate my initial GoFast analysis from 2019. Peer review at last. Seriously though, there are some open questions and unknowns. RE wind, but I think that's basic analysis is correct. We're just talking about wind, how it can be so crazy, right? And we're trying to confirm that it looks like it was going with the wind. Although I don't think he put in his analysis which way the wind was going that day, whether it was going against it, because that would change it from not being a balloon then to maybe a drone. Because people are saying it's debunked, right? That it's not an alien craft. But it's either going to fit in with a balloon if it's not going against the wind at that altitude. Because you saw those crazy graphs with the wind speed, right? And of course, when it's over sea, you're going to get occasional vortexes as well. It's more complicated when you think about it. People think it's simple, but it's not. So it could easily be that could have been a government drone, DARPA drone, at 13,000 feet, just cruising along at 40 miles per hour. We can't rule it out. But that's another thing. There was no size of it in this analysis. I think I got a video of what he did somewhere. Maybe I didn't keep a copy. His original analysis. We have played it before, though. Is that it? But no one talks about the size of it. I don't think the sensor had anything about size, does it? So there must be a way to calculate that. So if the plane was at 26,000 feet, and that's the size of the object in the sensor, should be able to calculate the rough size of it, shouldn't it? If that turns out to be like 40 meters, then that's a big balloon. But if it's a drone, type of drone, then it fits it. And you can't rule out not being a UFO either still, because maybe the UFO was just cruising along at 40 miles per hour. Didn't care about us shooting at it, right? So it doesn't really debunk it not being a UFO. Elevation angle, target range, but there's no size there, is there? Aircraft altitude. You think one of them would be actually a sensor that calculates the rough size, you know, approximate size on the screen. But yeah, there was the video analysis that he was doing where he was calculating the altitude. And he was using triangle Pythagoras with the angles and the length. Geometry, as they call it. Yeah, where's his full video? I thought he posted it. Let's just go to his page and have a look. Thought I had a link to it though. Okay, it's disappeared. Might be here. Might be on that comment. Oh, there you go. He actually did have a link on it. So there's his calculation for working out how far below it is. But can you work out the size? You should be able to, shouldn't you? I'll just play a clip of it anyway. And defeat use. I got it muted at the moment.
Videos, commonly referred to as Nimitz, Go Fast, and Gimbal.
So I think NASA actually used Mick West's information here, and they just basically copied it. Because if you ever look at their presentation, it's just identical to his little video here.
3 videos were extensively analysed on Metabunk over a year ago.
Doesn't mean he's correct on the other 2 though. You know, the 2004, it still could be a UFO. Or it could be a DARPA drone or something like that. So, I don't know why people are getting all upset about it. Other than that they got the speed totally wrong because they didn't know basic high school trigonometry, right?
Nimitz is probably just a distant jet. Gimbal is also probably a distant
Probably, but maybe it isn't.
Jet, but this time with a rotating glare that's just...
But when you look at some of the videos coming out now, where they've actually been filming jets on a flight path to the airport, and they're filming it and still don't know if they're enemy or what, because it doesn't have flight radar on board their Reaper drones to calculate it to dismiss it, or base camp where they're sort of controlling it. You think they'd have a smartphone app, but, oh yeah, that's just planes heading off to LA or some other foreign airport, right?
Just an artifact of the gimbal mounted camera system. But what I want to discuss here is the Go Fast video. This video appears to show an object flying very close to the water, which is how it's presented on Unidentified.
That thing is...
Oh yeah, we've got to be careful of copyright here. Just wondering, working out size of object on video. I think there's some complicated mathematics you can do. Let's see. Calculating size of an object. Okay. So there's a video here. How do you determine the size of an object? Measuring the size of objects in a imaginary image, I mean. Is that some sort of special software they have on an app that sort of does it for you? Measuring the size of an object or objects in an image has been a heavily requested tutorial. I wonder why, especially in ufology. I wonder if they teach it in university. You know, they got UFO courses now. Earl Grey teaches it at California. Go and become a ufologist. So this would you expect to be in the course, right? How to be video analysis and work out stuff. Accurate size measurement requires exposure to objects of various sizes. Yeah, so you need like a comparison image, right? Like if you're photographing a coin, you can get a coin and measure it and then scale it down on the image to work out how far away it is and all that sort of stuff from that. RoboFly has 3 tools for each stage of the computer vision pipeline. So it looks like it's trying to sell something here, doesn't it? Over 250,000 developers and machine learning engineers. Wow, how can you compete with that? Distance of object in a photo image. Let's see. Any meaningful accuracy needs you to be pretty confident that you do in fact actually know your camera actual sensor size and focal length. Yeah, I thought it's going to be a bit technical. Of course, we don't know what the military have on their stuff. Your camera does not ever use equivalent focal length. Zoom lenses, and that's another thing too. Got to take that into account. We typically just guess at subject distance. I'm thinking like often not within even 20%. The reported focus distance in the image exit if data is often not very accurate. Great. So yeah, you can see that even this is getting a bit evolved. So there'll be like an online calculator, I guess, where you plug it all in the information once you got it. There's a lot of reading here. Sensor size, lens focal length, the distance to the object from camera. So in that case it would be the plane altitude and minus 13,000, wherever that works out to be. So probably also a distance of 13,000 feet probably. A real life size of the object, which we don't know. So it looks like you can't calculate it then in that case. But you think these planes would be equipped with other sensors like radar, unless it's not picked up on radar. Then that would make it more like a balloon then, because if it's latex, it's certainly, the radar's not going to bounce off it. And at miler, it probably might give off some signal, but 13,000 feet away, that's going to be a real fine microwave beam, isn't it? Whether they got that technology, I don't know. Because you'd focus it for maybe the minimum size of a missile, right? So what's the average size of a missile? So much stuff you have to learn and know, right? It's just unbelievable. It's probably why Mick West couldn't work out the size, because he would have included it. Oh, it's only size of a balloon. Bang, solved, you know. Missile sizes. Military. Oh, well, we'll just try that. Oh god, we've got charts. We just want a basic answer. What are the size of ballistic missiles? Largest missile in the world. We know ballistic ones are going to be big. Cruise missile. That's going to be like the size of a plane, isn't it? Well, the lengthwise anyway. It's hard to get a civil information from this, probably. Unbelievable. Too much reading, too much reading. Just give us the answer. What's this one? What size? 1 meter to 3 meters. Is that what it's saying? There we go. I've got a picture there. So let's have a look at that one. Annex V. So it looks like you want to calibrate your sensors for at least 1 meter then, I'd say. Cool, man. What's it got on here? It's doing my head and my eyes in, I should say. That's a bit too hard to read there, sucker. So 1 meter would sound about right, wouldn't it, for the smallest missile? I think my table would be bigger than the smallest missile. That would be at short range combat. But would they worry about that size missile though? They would have to, right? Oh, we got a missile. You know, you see it in the movies. Got a missile coming up our ass. Deploy the flares. Not the flares again. Okay. I'll post a link to that stuff there if you want to have a read through it. I'm not sure if he's got a link to a calculator. I think I did. Oh, here we go. Whoa, you can plug it all in, is it? Yeah, it looks like it's got inputs. So there you go, it's got a calculator on it. So if you can find all those values, maybe you can tell us. If you can find out the military focal lengths and all that sort of stuff, sensor sizes, you're not going to ever find it out, but size of object on a image. You can see how complex, if you're going to be a researcher in UFO stuff, It's not so easy. Alright. Hey, Snipes, how's it going? Shogun, you're up late. Oh, most of these guys are up late, I think. Be right back. Alright, loo break. Yeah. I don't know how you do it. You're fast. Yeah. I don't know everything, right? That's why I do research, right? I look up things. There's no point in keeping all that in your head. When you can just bookmark these tools. Now, I think I have got a size calculator on one of my links that I've got on that front page, but I think we've done it in the past for when we were doing the Utah UFO case, right? With saying if it's a Falcon, and then you plug in all the information, then you can work out the speed of it. So you can go back and watch those videos if you want to. No point in rehashing it. But a new case like this would be handy to know the size of it, because that would be part of the debunk, I would have thought. But obviously you can see we don't know all the information, but there's no reason NASA couldn't look up that information and be sure of the focal length and all that sort of stuff, sensor sizes, and actually say this object we calculated to be this 1 meter big that fits a balloon. So yeah. Has all the drama been sorted now? I watched a video back. We had all our mods removed and Paul had they fallen out with 18 wheels. No, it's not resolved. I just carry on as per normal, Wesley. You can see they're not here. You know, yeah, I'm not really faced by all the drama. People can hate me, love me. I just want to find the truth and answers. And although it disappoints me, way people act in ufology overall, just got to be professional and be adult about it and not act like a load of bickering kids. Because, you know, people, you know, if I out someone and then they abandon your channel, oh, how dare you attack our cult leader, but then they miss out all the other information that they could get from me, right? And it's the same when people start blocking. I generally don't like to block people, but I do occasionally now, because too many a-holes out there, basically. But I haven't blocked Nick Pope, but he's blocked me. But that way he doesn't lose out on any information that I might be percent if I block him, right? But he's blocked me, so he's now missing out on information that he should really be listening to, because more information the better, right, in this field. You know, if I debunk something and say it's 100% this, he can watch that and say, I agree with that, you know, or rather, or just be a typical shill and just keep promoting the same thing, like that Puerto Rico one going into the water. Well, NASA, they confirmed what I said, that it was a sensor problem where the heat calibration was lost when it went over the sea. So,
Michael King donated £2 through Super Chat.
Yeah, Michael, thanks, King. Mike has lost his mind. He's given, this is like the 10th donation today. I think he must have been betting on the horses. Yeah. But yeah, it's good that we got, you know, we got some people here that actually want to listen to what I have to say about things, and maybe gain something that they haven't heard on other people's channels, right? and question things, right? You know, I'm still questioning even Mick West. Well, a lot of people are sort of like cult followers of his now, and they don't question what he says, even though he could be totally wrong or made a mistake, right? And it's the same with Lou, you know, making claims that it's Mach 2, but prove it, you know. Well, they didn't prove it, and now they've made into memes now that makes them look like idiots and disinformation agents, right? Control of basic needs of humans. Yeah, but we sort of let our governments control us, basically, haven't they? We're sort of giving them too much rule and power now. Control the police force that can come and knock on your door. Or control the FBI and come and drag you off early in the morning. You haven't done anything wrong. Apart from expose someone. Truth will set you free. Yes. That's what I always have said. Yes, give us some money. I thought it was Michael King. Yes.
Yash donated $3 through Super Chat.
Yeah. So you could imagine if it was like a big channel and that was coming up every second, right? I'd have to re-customize that part of it. But yeah. Scale it down. Turn off the voice thing. The music. But people still get their name on the screen, right? If it stays on there. But the OBS thing here, the add-on, only shows maximum of 4 people. You can't even change it to 5 or 6 and scale it down. But that's alright, you know. As long as you got it like that, it's always going to be on the screen, you know. But if I got it like that, it gets hidden. But I don't like those overlay screens that go over the writing on the screen. And you forget about them, and if you had like all this scrolling over what you're trying to present, I find it distracting. I like it the way I've got it here. But yeah, sometimes I just open this up because to get access to these things here, because of the crappy toolbar that Chromium and Google haven't sorted out and all that sort of business. But yeah, did I post that link? I've forgotten now. Yeah, I think I did, didn't I? Calculating sizes. You can see now because I've got lots of tabs. That's another reason I've opened it up here to get rid of the scroll bar thing. But yeah, Mick's going on about his breakdown here.
That's exactly my point.
It's a little less than 2/3 the speed of sound.
This description is repeated on the To the Stars Academy page, where the video was first released. A white oval shape moving at high speed, flying very low over the water. But is it really low and fast? No, it's not. It's actually high and slow. And we can prove this with the information in the video. There's a bunch of numbers on screen.
So that sort of makes Mick West made him look like a bunch of clowns, didn't he? And he got attacked over this, saying he's a government disinformation agent, but he was just actually presenting the facts and actually telling you the truth. And that's how we should always operate, you know, professional. But people in ufology that attacked Mick West weren't very professional at all. He even got death threats, I think. It's just crazy, some of the people.
Screen. The altitude of the jet is pretty constant at 25,000 feet. The calibrated airspeed in the lower left is also fairly constant at around 255 knots, which gives a true airspeed of 370 knots when you correct for the 25,000 feet pressure altitude.
Oh, it's 25,000 feet. So 25,000 feet minus 13,000 feet. But anyway, we found out we can't really calculate that because we haven't got all the information. But, you know, technically, would you see a Milo balloon that big? Have we got a zoom level on this? I thought there was a zoom level indicator here on these screens. like ×4 or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on here. It's got SED1, whatever that is. Yeah, Mick obviously looked at that and tried to figure it all out.
Straight at first, but after locking on, it banks about 13 degrees to the left. I extracted this information by feature tracking the ends of the horizon line. So the jet's turning a little bit to the left. The number at the top is the angle.
Yeah, actually, the size thing has got me here. I just can't get it out of my head. Okay, so what does a car look like at 1,000 feet away? What if we've got some images that we can compare it to? I really want to work out the size. I'll get a rough 1,000 feet away. I suppose we could do it with Google Earth, maybe. 300 meters. Let's see what images we got here. So a cruise ship is 1,000 feet, is it? 1,000 feet. Okay, that will give us an idea, maybe. You can see that sign there. So that thing on the Go Fast has to be fairly big, I would have thought. How can that be a balloon? I know we do get big balloons. Could it be a Chinese spy balloon that was low down? Oh yeah, it could be, couldn't it? It could be one of those big Chinese spy balloons that they were filming. I didn't think about that. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? That would be going at 40 miles an hour with the wind current. Let's see, balloon. Let's see, there must be some images we can compare. Balloon at 13,000 feet, maybe, or 10,000. Maybe someone's got 10,000 feet in the sky. There must be some image we can compare the size of it. Be something to maybe do offline, because it looks like it might take a wee while. But I reckon it could have been one of those Chinese balloons they locked on there. That would make total sense. Seen it from the top this time. Let's have a look at the video again.
Angle of the camera relative to the front of the jet. It goes from 35 degrees left to 58 degrees left.
It's just a white dot, isn't it?
The number.
It's not very good, isn't it? What's it look like? Could it be a Chinese balloon? Kind of looks like it could be. It's white. We're seeing it from above. But not all of them were circular either, right?
Number in the middle left.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it could be a white balloon, couldn't it?
Left is the camera's downward tilt. It goes from 22 degrees down to 35 degrees down. One of the more important numbers here is the range number, on the right hand side, labelled R and G.
So that looks like a Chinese balloon.
This is the distance to the target in nautical miles.
So if it was the size of 3 buses, that would probably be about right, wouldn't it? See what you can find out there, guys. That'd be... must be something that we can use as comparison. Could it be a weather balloon? I think it's going to be bigger than a weather balloon. The Chinese balloons were quite big, weren't they? Here's a picture of the Chinese one. And that payload was as big as 3 buses, right? So it's got to be at least 5 buses big, which is what? How long is a bus? We might better use common sense and calculate it. Feet length of a bus. See, people don't think like I do. You know, people think, oh, it's just a mile of balloon, but it can't be now, because now if you put all together, all the information, it doesn't rule out it's not a balloon of some sort, but it's not going to be a mylar. It's not going to be a standard latex one. So there you go. A single bus is 35 feet times 5, 25, 15, 175 feet. I think that would probably be what we've seen in the video, is the Chinese balloon. I don't think anyone's actually talked about this before, actually. I don't remember seeing any videos talking about the size of it and what it could be. It's not, maybe they used to think it was a seagull. I think Mick said it was a bird or something at first. But now we know how you calculate how far away from the plane it was. We know it's not near the sea, and it's got to be quite big. Unless they got like 100 times zoom on that pod camera. But yeah, that's another thing. I don't think they did have 100 times zoom. Let's see. Let's just do another calculation here. Zoom level of a jet pod camera. What if it? I don't think it had much of a zoom, like 4 times maybe. Pods, jet. Oh, typo. Jet. It's got a 9 times zoom there. Okay. So that sort of adds in. You know, it was part of that calculator. It was talking about the zoom level, wasn't it? Okay, what we got here? I can only select zoom level times 2. So where did the 9 come from? Is that on a simulator? Looks like a flight simulator, is it? TG pods. Maybe it's a real thing then. I don't know. What's that stand for? Thermal something rather? Camera pod? Targeting pod. Aha. But is it a real one he's photographed there? Yeah, it looks like it's hard to tell nowadays, isn't it? And simulators have got better and better. Can do 1 times and 2 times. See, that's what I thought. I thought it wouldn't be very much. Well, where did we get 5 from? 5 weapons. Yeah. Zoom 1. Yeah, I don't think they got that much zoom on it, but you don't know. See, there's another unknown thing. Yeah, we'll just probably have to move on, but is there a way to zoom in and out while aircraft, without losing whatever you're locked on to. There's a lot of learning to do, isn't there? Okay. I'd say we've seen that with the 2004 footage where they lose lock. So if you're mucking around with the zoom level, it would lose it, wouldn't it? Well, especially if you zoomed out. Then it had to recalibrate and re-lock on. Maybe it doesn't work that way though. Because the pod can have a wide field view and lock onto a dot, and your camera is focused, zoomed right into the object, what it's locked onto. I don't know, it's a thing for someone like Lato that's a pilot, actually knows these things. That's where he's useful. But video analysis is not so useful with. There's a lot of information saying still, isn't it? But here I thought there was an indicator somewhere on these that talked about the zoom level. But I still think we're looking at a size of a weather balloon that's at 13,000 feet. That probably would be like 32 feet minimum. Could it be 32 feet? I think it's bigger than that. Where's it disappeared there? I don't see it.
Show up until the target is acquired.
Oh, there.
But then it goes from 4.4 nautical miles to 3.3 nautical miles. So we can use all these numbers.
All these years on, we're still talking about the same crappy videos. I didn't really care to spend too much. Oh, here we go. 4 range. Is that the zoom level?
And how they change over time to do 2.
Range. Oh, that might be nautical miles, is it? Yeah.
2 things. Firstly, we can calculate how high the object is. That isn't too complicated. We know the angle the camera is looking down at, and we know the distance to the object. So the height of the object below the camera is really just simple trigonometry. It's the range multiplied by the sine of the downward angle. If you take the object at the start and the end of the tracking, we get 4.4 nautical miles times the sine of 26 degrees gives us 1.92 nautical miles below the plane. Then at the end, 3.4 nautical miles times the sine of 35 degrees gives us 1.95 nautical miles, about the same. Then it's an object that's around 13,000 feet above the water. And it's also being viewed from a jet at 25,000 feet. So basically it's halfway between the jet and the ocean surface. This is very important because it means the...
So why is he not talking about the size? What do you think the estimate size is? Because that's important.
Motion of the object against the ocean surface, even if it were moving very slowly, or even if it were not moving at all, will be the same as the speed of the jet itself. This parallax effect is hugely magnified by the high zoom, which is set to NAR, narrow.
Yeah, you think NASA would say they calculated the size, because they would have had all the information that Mick didn't have. But yeah, I don't really want to spend too much on that NASA brief and stuff. But yeah, Mick is quite happy. If you want to go over that stuff, that video, you can get it from his post here. Mick's Calcs. So those Chinese, are they spy balloons, or are they weather balloons, or are they just experimental balloons? We don't really know. I haven't seen any solid evidence they're spy balloons. So I think it's just a lot of politic theatre there, you know, and the USA to brainwash people. Maybe the Chinese are not that so bad, right? But They are dictatorial, right? All the spying shit and censorship crap. But we're getting there with Google. Google become suppressing stuff, as we know. People just got to wake up and say, no, stop it, no more. So this is the other one he was talking about here, which about, they didn't show a video of it in the briefing, which was that Puerto Rico one I think he's talking about here.
Your first question on what makes it anomalous to me, we actually developed some definitions on all of these things. We gave it both to the White House and to Congress. I think we've got some of that into law now, but essentially anomalous is anything that is not readily understandable by the operator or the sensor. Right? So it is doing something weird, whether that's maneuvering against the wind at Mach 2 with no apparent propulsion, or it's going into the water, which we have shown is not the case. That is actually a sensor anomaly that we've now figured out, and we're going to be publishing all that. You know, those kinds of things make anomalous signature. We'll call it signature management, but it's things that are not readily understandable in the context of, hey, I've got a thing that's out in the light. It should reflect a certain amount of light. If it doesn't reflect that amount of light, something weird.
Yeah, so this is the fire balloons that he's talking about, alright? Which all the talking heads out there keep talking about it being the best UFO footage under the sun, where he's just confirmed that it didn't go in the water at all. And all those people like GUFON keep saying, oh, it went into the water. Again, I've been proven totally wrong, and I've been proven right. And so Mick West also come up with the same analysis, and he's been proven right on that one too. It's going into the water, which we're shown to not be this case. That is actually a sensor anomaly, which where the heat blended in with the background heat, and the camera lost what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? Lost focus on it. So maybe that's the word. But so yeah, I think he's talking about, he didn't actually mention it, the actual case name there, but it does sound like you know, which one was Mick? Did he actually say here? Right, yeah, it was that case there. Aguadilla, Puerto Rico one, with the low contrast and compression or sphere, where the IR glare goes behind the horizon. But he was saying that one that I said was like a balloon going into the water, which again could have been one of those Chinese balloons that was quite big, at least 72 feet in size, is the biggest one you can get commercially, and double the size of a weather balloon at 32 as it expands, goes from 7 feet to 32 feet. So it was way bigger than a weather balloon. So this again fit one of those Chinese balloons, right? 72 feet upwards. Could have been developed a hole and come down with some payload attached to it. Went into the sea, and the current just dragged it off. You know, a bit like a lot of shipwrecks where they think it went down, it was actually dragged off miles away. And of course that weight underneath makes it go right straight down. But these ones here were the fire balloons, right? So Aguadilla. I'll just bring up some images of that one just to remind you what it is again. UFO. You hear it on all these talking heads. Even recently, there was one 4 months ago where they were claiming this was a UFO sighting. And now NASA confirms what me and Mick had said, that it was a sensor anomaly and didn't go in the water at all. Split and orb one. Here we go. That one. Oh, it's a History Channel. Yeah. Here we got one that's not a History Channel. Let's see, you got George Knapp on it here. What did he say about it? Let's have a laugh. Oh, right, should have gone to the next one maybe. Damn. It's just like an ad page, isn't it? Oh, right, it was there now. Yeah, it looks like a load of ads popping up. What's it saying there? Oh, mystery wise, another link. And that Rich Hoffman guy totally got it wrong. What was his fame to glam? What do you call it? Fame to fame. Claim to fame. What am I saying? My brain's gone. What was he? Is he a MUFON man? Top UFOs. Getting sidetracked again, but yeah, I'm just trying to refresh my mind who he is. Senior Systems and Engineer Analysis. Is that the guy? UFO Studies. Is that him? Scientific correlation. Yeah. He was talking crap, this guy. Anyway, let's have a look. What's his Hall of Fame? It's like it's advertising BS, isn't it? God. Yeah, Apple Podcast. He was claiming it was going at Mach 2 and all this sort of shit. Same as they were saying about the other video, right? More crap there. That's from there anyway. George Knapp was interviewing them. Anyway, I don't like that guy because he's wrong. But I was just trying to find out his profile. Is that? Oh, it's garbage, isn't it? We're on his bio. UFO bio. Is he a MUFON guy? That's what I want to know. Or was a MUFON guy?
Michael King donated £2 through Super Chat.
Thanks, Mike. You're an actor. I think most of these guys are actors. The proof is out there. Rich Hoffman is a UFO expert. Oh no! And he got that one totally wrong. And I got it totally right, and Mick got it totally right. With over 50 years experience. But he must have been a MUFON guy, surely. 50 years? That's the best we're going to get there, I suppose. Unbelievable. You'd think it'd be easy to come up. 25 plus year information technique. So if he's an IT man, he's disgusting. In my book, anyway. Well, yeah, I've worked with some idiots like this that are way up themselves and claim to know it all. Technical defense contractor. Here we go. He's a senior lead architect working in the US Army. So he's part of the government, right? Military complex. So why should we believe anything this guy puts out, right? 55 years since his 8th grade science class, and what's all that about? Who cares? No, not the Samara sighting. God. Oh yeah, here we go. What we got here? He has investigated nearly 1,000 cases and reviewed most of the cases in MUFON, Project Bird Look, and other databases. And he's got lots of wrong too. He worked cooperatively on cases and presented at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Yeah, it doesn't impress me. If you can't get fire balloons right. So yeah, stuff him. Coast to coast. Coast to coast shore promoter as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I was trying to find the video of it. Got sidetracked again, and
Michael King donated £2 through Super Chat. Love you, man. Jeep up the fight X.
Thanks, mate. It is a constant fight, and people that seem to follow these people think they're great, and you know, I would have more respect for the guy to say, now he'd come out and say, oh, I was totally wrong in this case, and this is the reason why, or admits he was out of his depth on that particular case, right? Or he didn't research it properly and he was blindsided. But still, he's a government guy. But he'd probably get more respect if he come out, people like him come out and admit they were totally wrong. Like Corbell would have a lot more respect if he come out and said, sorry guys, I totally hashed that one. And hashed that one, and hashed that one, and I'm starting to question my leaker sources. You know, he'd have a lot more respect as a filmmaker after that. But he keeps going down, keeping on the same track and trying to cover his tail all the time. And he's coming across as a new government disinformation agent, as far as I'm concerned. Right, here's the Mick West breakdown of it. Let's see, he'll have some pictures on there. Oh, he's on Twitter. I was after the page on it, but you might be able to remember it. It's got some screen snaps of it here. There's actually 2 fire balloons shaped like hearts that were from a nearby beach wedding. That's what all it was. And a third person investigator, I'm not sure if he was a MUFON guy, found out all that by phoning up and asking, did you have a wedding that day, did you release any fire balloons, blah blah blah, and of course he put it all in that report, and it was like 50 pages or more. This is the same error people made with the start of the Go Fast. Yeah, exactly. The speed. The Go Fast object seems to skim over the ocean even when the ocean is not moving. How can this be parallax, people ask. So yeah, again, he's talking about the speed here, you know, where it looks like it's going faster than it really is, which is correct. What's he talking about here? Eyewitness accounts. But yeah, we're after the video link. I probably should bring up my own one, right?
Michael King donated £5 through Super Chat. Put this towards the Fund F for computer upgrade.
Yeah, it's going to be a few months for that though. And then it'll probably take months just to get it set up right with all the software going. But yeah, here it is here, bollocks. Is that playable? Daily motion. Oh no, they've got music. What video are they playing? It's got music. Can't even read that. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. We got a bit of it now anyway. I think it's got to be PD, this footage anyway. Can't really see much. They're just scanning the sky at the moment. I think it just pops into frame. Of course, being fire balloons, so you're not going to detect them. There it is. Now, how would you estimate the size of that, right? Yeah, to be a UFO, it would have to be like 40 feet, right? But can you calculate how far away from the camera it is on this one? Have you got the information? Like we can't, I think it's got clipped off. It hasn't got the same targeting information, has it? See, unless this is like a thermal. But we know it's not that far away from the helicopter. And we know it's probably going to be about 1 meter in size or less. Which ain't going to be like a normal UFO. You ain't going to fit alien creatures in there. You could say maybe it's an alien probe. That's the best you could say for this video. Or government drone or something like that. But it's not until you start to video enhance it and actually look at this thing. You can see it's changing shape there, so and it's rotating, which fits in with balloons, right? And then it splits into two over the ocean. And now it looks like it's a single object again because it's rotated. Now it looks like it's changing shape again. When you get things that are changing shape, generally it fits under the most likely category of some type of balloon. And everyone's saying this is the best UFO case, but people just don't understand how big this thing is. And they think it's going at Mach 2 when it's actually just going with air currents again. Exactly the same as the other video. Go fast. In fact, look, it's slowing down there. See, it even disappeared there for a wee while over different backgrounds. See? Now that's over the sea now, is it? No? I don't know. No, it's the beach, isn't it? So it disappeared there for a wee bit too. Now you can see it changing shapes a bit better when they zoomed in here. This is where we get some frames and analysed it. See, it's disappeared. It's still there. Look, you can see a little dot there still. It's still there. It hasn't gone into the sea. It's just calibrated before. Now it's gone into a different colour thermal background, and it looks like it goes into the water. But it's still moving there. They're just locked. Missed the lock-in of it. And then it splits into two heart-shaped balloons. Fire balloons. They've got like triangle shape to it. Yeah, at first I thought, nah, it can't be balloons. People were saying it was balloons, and then they said fire balloons, and I thought, I need a better video analysis of this. So I started looking into it, and I confirmed basically what people were saying. I thought, damn, Scott Brando is correct, and of course he got his information on Mick West, I think. But Yeah, I just confirmed what they said it was on that one. But you can go back and watch my analysis on that if you want to. It was like another late night show, I think, with John from Tucson joining me. And then I redid it, recapped it. But yeah. But now we got NASA that confirmed it here, that it was a sensor anomaly not going into water. But he didn't say what it was, unfortunately. But anyway, and then they talked about the Mosul Orb one, I think. And then he made a comment about that they got spheres going at strange angles. But they didn't show any video. NASA talks about spheres moving. Well, he said they were moving in strange, interesting ways. But that doesn't rule out that it's not what I said it was. Like a water droplet on a dome lens. If it's sitting there and you get a gust of wind that blows a different direction across, it's going to move like on right angles. And it looked like it's moving along with the plane, and then suddenly it flies off at a 90-degree angle, right? Now, maybe NASA has got fooled as well, right, by that footage. But we haven't seen the video. We've only seen a single frame of one of them, and the other one clearly was some type of balloon, even if it is a decoy military balloon that, like the Chinese have used, like I showed pictures of, in a military place, right? Middle East, you know. NASA talks about spheres. Let's see what comes up. It's like the talk. NASA confirms there's spheres that could be UFOs. NASA meeting, maybe. Need to narrow it down. Like I said, I should have prepared this show a bit better, but I didn't have time because I had to go to the hospital. The vast variety of reports related to round spheres. Is this the one? Might be the one. May never be explained as orbs seen all over the world, they said. Okay. So they're talking about this one here. I don't think that's the Corbell one, but the other one. Whereabouts was that again? It's all blurry, isn't it? It's going to do my eyes in. It's from the MQ-9, which is the Reaper drone. This is from the briefing from Kirkpatrick, right? Not the NASA meeting, but they did talk about these orbs moving in interesting ways worldwide, right? And of course, we know balloons are worldwide, and they do look metallic, right? No demonstration of enigmatic technology capabilities. It didn't stop on a dime and change off directions. I guess what they mean by that. So what have we got here? I thought they might have a video clip of them saying that statement. I didn't really want to go over it because everybody was talking about the same thing. I just wanted to talk about the stuff that I was going to talk about today, about the size of the object, other stuff that people haven't talked about. And the more funny aspects where people now backtracking, you know, like Corbell backtracking on the speed of these things, because now they're looking like more idiots and not really sources of information, right? Many UFO sightings may never be fully explained. Well, we know that. We've been doing that for years, right? Even the best cases, you know, still we haven't got enough information to say what it is, whether it is aliens or not, you know. apart from the Mojo video, which it's got funny looking people in it, if that's not aliens. So, and we can't say 100% it's not been faked or it was a prank. Someone was pranking him, because he didn't give me all the information, right? So I couldn't debunk it. Couldn't verify it or debunk it 100%. So. Daniel Sprugel, who claims that the US Space Agency's team looking into UAP, said, you notice that, was I talking about it before, that the NASA call it anomalous, where the other people call it aerial phenomenon, which then adds in more complication to that UAP term, right? Current data collection efforts were unsystematic and fragmented across various agencies. He said that many of these events are commercial aircrafts, yeah, we know that, drones, weather and research balloons, and Chinese balloons, which we don't know if they're weather or spy or a bit of both. Insufficient to provide conclusive evidence. So everybody's going on about, oh right, NASA's talked about these orbs going at crazy, interesting directions, but we got no video showing that, so we can't really analyze it. There's no guarantee that all sightings will be explained. Public meeting on Wednesday was played footage of sphere moving across the sky in Middle East. Said there's no threat to airborne safety. That means they must know what it is then, if they say that, right? So why would you come out with a statement like that? How do you know that orb's not going to shoot vertically upwards from underneath the plane and just take it out? It might be, you know, like a suicidal orb, like kamikaze, as they used to call it in World War II, wasn't it? We are still looking at it, but I don't have any more data other than that. Some being able to come to some conclusion. Yeah, where's he talking about the angles, movement? Whereabouts did he say that? It's always interesting to do this stuff a week after, see what's being posted out there, rather than doing it live this minute. This is currently going on. It's best just to have a cool down period like I have done here, and actually start seeing what you can find out on searches and see how people are addressing things, rather than trying to get the clicks and views of something new happening right now. Come and watch. Yeah, I don't see anything on movement, but it might be there. Let's just do Control F. Move, and here we go. What's this one? A sphere moving across the sky, that one we just read. Next one. He added, one of our goals is to remove, I mean. No, that's not it. Okay, it's not there. Where's the statement about it? That's kind of crazy. Put move and quotes. No. What's this one? No. When NASA sent its spheres to the space station, what's that about? NASA to send 3D Google smartphones for robots. NASA UFO hearing. Here we go. Irish expert believes odds are a global. That's it. Chopped off. Unexplained orb. UFOs are flying all over the world. You said the word interest in movement. I remember listening to it, but I never actually bothered making a bookmark to it. Movement. Or maybe I should check the sidecat. Maybe these guys have posted something to it. But it's interesting to see how hard it is to find. Yes, some meeting. Spheres. Maybe they don't want to mention that, but let's come up with movement there. Again, it's coming up with other stuff, right? Going back to 2012. I think we'll have to move on. I think John Black Vault has put up the full briefing. I wonder if we can search that. That might be an idea. Mind you, what's his YouTube again? Probably need to create a bookmark for him as well, huh? Oh, what's happened there? Yeah, let's just shrink it back down. Let's search on the video itself. Let's go and do it. Black Vault. YouTube. That's not it, is it? Here we go, originals. That sounds like him. Ah, crap. Is that a playlist? This is typical of YouTube, right? This is why it makes it really hard to find stuff. Now, let's have a look. Here we go. Is that the one? NASA Public. Why has he got 2 videos? That looks like 3 hours. Yeah, that's why I'm not going to go through it. Okay, can we do a transcript on it? Let's see. Here we go.
Board to share that.
So yeah, it might be. I might just post a link to that though. I might give John a bit of credit there. So if you haven't seen the hearing, there it is there. What's it actually called though? UAP meeting. They didn't call it a hearing, did they? Yeah, I used to just play it. I'm just zooming on the other screen so it'll go crazy up here. So we should be able to search that now, make it a bit easier for ourselves instead of relying on stupid rags and other fake websites out there. Transcript. That hasn't been done. We can't search it without the transcript. Damn. Yeah, I'm not sure whereabouts it would be in this footage. Because there was a lot of talking. Could be here. I think I saw it.
ARROW's ultimate success will require partnerships with the interagency. Of the thing that we see most of. We see these all over the world, and we see these in making very interesting apparent maneuvers.
There we go. That's it.
This one in particular, however, I would point out, demonstrated no enigmatic technical capabilities. And
So he's talking about the boring video. Instead of showing us the more interesting orbs moving in interesting directions and speeds or whatever, there we can rule it out as being a balloon or a droplet on a dome lens. But there you go, that was at 34 minutes in. So that's always said, and all the UFO people out there, all the UFO channels have jumped on that, saying, oh, that verifies that we're correct. But it doesn't, until we see the video footage that he's talking about. Still meaningless. So we still have to wait for those leaks or this guy to release those ones moving at interesting things. So let's just play that again.
It is what we call our typical UAP characteristics for the vast majority of the cases that we see. One way of looking at that is we'll call it a target package. This is the thing we are out hunting for in most cases. Next slide, please. This is an example of one that I showed at the hearing recently. This is a spherical orb, metallic, in the Middle East, 2022, by an MQ-9. I will come back to the sensor question that David raised here in a moment. This is a typical example of the thing that we see most of. We see these all over the world, and we see these in making very interesting apparent maneuvers. This one in particular, however, I would point out, demonstrated no enigmatic technical capabilities and was no threat to airborne safety. While we are still looking at it, I don't have any more data other than that. And so being able to come to some conclusion is going to take time until we can get better resolved data on similar objects that we can then do a large. So
they should better say how big it is, right? We don't know what kind of information that those planes, spy planes, gather, but they would know all the focal length and sensor technology of that camera, and be able to say how far away it is and the size of it. And if it's below 1 meter in size, it's going to put it in the category of balloon or some sort of drone technology, right? Anyway. I think pretty much done there on the NASA stuff. That's really bulk of it. Really was those sightings, the Puerto Rico mention, the orbs, and the Go Fast one. I think, in fact, let's just have a skim over today's post to see if anything else new has come out. And this got Rando. Is that the one talking about the 2 jets, was it? Which were faked. Yeah, viral ad campaign. Yeah, so that was faked. So this shows it's only going to get worse with AI technology, right? Speaking of which, let's just have a quick look at it. What they call it? GAN. ChatGPT now can do text to video. ChatGPT text to video. Let's see what comes up. Video generator. Create videos in 5 minutes. So I just wanted to see if we could play a little demo or something. Use AI to turn text to video, instantly reject to GPT. So which one can we use? AI token avatar. Which is a safe one we can use. Probably none of them. You know that one where I was talking about NASA and the metal wheels? Well, that guy put a copyright claim on me. What'd you believe? And yet he got a lot of free promotion from me on that. So I put a counterclaim in, and he hasn't released it. Yeah. So if you've actually been following me on Discord, I posted some information about it there. Stuck it in the Hall of Lane. Hall of, what do you call it? Shame. But I should have a wall of shame, lane wall as well. I said, you know, probably won't even get 100 views on the episode, and you want to take my pennies away and take control of my 5-hour stream over, I think it was like 1 minute of footage, wasn't it? And I said, well, you're taking it away from someone that's disabled. And all this sort of stuff, and the reply back to him and said, be fair, you know it's fair use and you're getting a lot of promotion from it, just release it. And he hasn't done. Some of them just don't bother and just let it sit there for 30 days, and then they, before it runs out, they reject your claim, so they've got more cash in the pot, because it goes into like a holding area. So in the end, I said to him at the end, I said, look, if you're going to reject this fair use claim, then I will just simply mute you out of that episode, and you won't get any advertising out of it or control of it over my... So how fair is that, you know? A 1 minute clip, and we're talking about, what's 5 hours? 300 minutes. 1 over 300 minutes should be his percentage of earnings for that episode if he wanted to not honour fair use, right? Not take all the earnings and control your own episode. That's just like craziness of the American politics systems. We suffer it online too, where they could make that a formalised thing with better fair use. If you tick all these boxes, it's fair use, and you don't need court involved, and Google can instantly reject their claim. They need to do something better. Using ChatGPT to make videos in minutes. Okay, let's just grab that one. Let's just skim it a wee bit. Yeah, it's a black man.
In this video.
Okay, so is he going to show us? We just want an example.
To the start and listen.
Welcome to our channel where we explore the world's most beautiful destinations.
Yeah, is that artificially made? Yeah, it's not a very good one. I might have to go to my Discord. I think I found one last night that was a good guy. He was doing some good work. Hang on, let me just have a quick look. Just want to play just a little clip of what it can do now. I know it's sort of gone away from what I was going to talk about again, but things pop in my head and I got to talk about it and get it out the way with when it happens, right? But I'm probably going to have to wrap up soon because I need to get something to eat, and they started with, it must be 3 hours gone by now, and you guys probably want to get to bed. Whereabouts did I put it though? In the art room on Discord. Let's see if I can find it quickly. Art, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Got it. I think it was this one here, but I don't think I bookmarked it. I think it was about 6 minutes in. Let's just give it a try. So this is a problem that's going to happen in ufology. What you can do now, it's just scary.
I have even more amazing.
Yeah, so 6 minutes in. This guy's pretty good actually. He's brief to the point. Here we go. So he's just going to show you what you can do with some of the samples.
Character around, to move their limbs, to turn their head, to animate their face, close their eyes, things like that. This is super useful, especially because this gives you a lot of control over what should happen in your video animation. For example, creating complex action scenes. And of course, because this is AI, you can use this in all kinds of different artistic styles. For example, simulating 3D animation, digital painting styles, and of course animate. So I really can't wait to see.
I'd like to do that with Charlie, you know, just get a picture of Charlie and animate him walking around and opening his mouth. That would be quite fun. But I haven't got time to play around with it. And he said this works on the cloud, so you don't really need a fast computer like the other AI programs out there. Was it called Emanator 111 or something? And Diffusion with Emanator, or whatever it's called, Emanation 111. This is the GPT's add-on, right?
The first fan-made anime short films, anime movies, that would be really cool. But I can really also imagine that this has a huge application in gaming. For example, in 2D games where you want to animate the characters. So here you can do really interesting motions and then crop out the background and put that into your video game to control the characters. Of course, other than just moving characters around, they also show an example where the clothing of a character is changed in all kinds of different styles. And again, this can have commercial applications where, for example, on a shopping page you can see different styles of the same clothing morphing around, but also of course for your private artistic passion projects where you can do really cool things. And I can really see this being used, for example, on film projects like the morphing armor that Iron Man is wearing. Things like that could be really mind-blowing. Somewhat similar to that is the next news here. It's called Text to Performer. Now what this does is it creates a short video in which you describe the character, the clothing of the character, and the movement you want to see. And in some of these examples, the movement is rather complex, like a person making a 360 turn to show them from all sides. As you can see, the style here is realistic. Mostly it looks like it is a demo for a fashion page. But again, I can really imagine this being used.
Anyway, I won't play it all. I'll just play a clip there and promote him on the side under fair use. Hopefully this one doesn't put a claim on me. But yeah, it's just amazing. The technology out there is just changing so fast, and this AI moving art. So those frames we saw on third phase, the next thing will be UFOs and aliens, right? Could you imagine getting an alien and you can make it do all sorts of things like a puppet? Just wait and Paul, and you'll say, oh yeah, Paul warned us about this. There needs to be some sort of way you can identify it as a AI. And I think that's what's really lacking now, and probably Elon probably be onto it, right? How to stop it being used in fake information ways, right? Imagine what Tyler Klotner's going to do with that. All those other hoaxes out there that generated fakes in the past, they're going to get better and better at it and keep on producing lots of content for UFO people just to really suck down. So yeah, so Scott, what was I doing? I was looking up something, saying, oh yeah, just checking out what the guys were saying out there. So there are obviously lots of other stuff that's been put out since. I'll just zoom in properly here. So there's obviously new stuff here which I haven't seen yet. NASA won't show us everything they know. What's it saying? Hey folks, this is just CGI video by Dago, whatever, already exposed a while ago. Was that the thing that was launching from the moon? That was on third phase, wasn't it? I'll just mute it. What are we looking at? Oh yeah, I remember this one. Looks like a UFO coming from the moon. Maybe they have any people saying that's real. The guy filmed it in his backyard. I think it was third phase put it up, and Tyler put it up. It was actually just CGI. And you got the weather atmospherics there, right? That's doing the rounds again, huh? NASA not telling us a straight answer again. No, guys, you've been conned. We'll stick it on Darcy Weir in the next edition, huh? But anyway, go fast as go slow, yeah. So you can see there's not much happening. Seriously, that's an old CGI video hoaxer channel named All Awesome. And I think we're seeing this on third phase and maybe a few other shells out there, right? Oh yeah, that one. It looks like a digital thing. We're in the Matrix. Bing. Proven to be CGI. Yeah, definitely was on Tyler and third phase, right? And they're still doing the rounds. So when was that posted? This is the problem. May. Been around for years and it's still going around. No explanation. I see a skydiver. Yes, so do I. I see pyro divers.
What is that?
Yeah, it looks like a skydiver with pyros, doesn't it? It's on TikTok. Alright, so what else we got? Oh, he's got more on the skydivers. Here we go. They get hired for these sports events. CGI moon again, is it? Oh no. It's actually a... What's he saying here? Impressive picture. Conspiracy theories about the moon and NASA are just garbage. Yes, I keep saying that. And what was this one? Last image of the International Space Station brought a lot of interesting conversations to the thread. Everything from the moon is a hologram to I'm paid by NASA to fake these images or airbrush them. Here's a short thread about my take on these. Where does it go to? Andrew McGuffey. Who's that? Who is he? Should I know him? Exploring the universe from the backyard in Arizona. Ah, okay. But is he anyone like works for NASA or is he just a backyard guy? He actually is taking some good pictures of that from his backyard. And we can actually see everything, can't we? If that's what he's doing. So I wonder why Gabba, if he can't do that. Maybe he's got some sort of extra telephoto telescope, right? That sort of thing. Does it explain how he takes them? The gear is needed if someone wants to learn. Oh. Have we got any pictures of it? There is it? No. Hashtags. Maybe I have to click on it. There we go. It's got a video thing. I'll post a link to that actually, because you guys might find it interesting. I think, yeah, all these sky watchers out there, you need some serious cash really, and good gear to be able to do stuff like that, right? No Bruce sees all crap here. Not those qualities, right? Backyard moon pics and how to, right? Again, I don't know don't know all the side of this stuff, the technical side of the stuff. These guys obviously been doing it for years. They know the downsides and the best ways to capture the best images and all that sort of stuff, which is the sort of thing Mark D'Antonio was known to be doing, right? His backyard things that he was working on. And we've got some pictures. Serious money here though, obviously, and really stable, strong tripods. You can guarantee it won't be crap from China. But yeah, look. So where's the moon buildings, guys? That's pretty good, isn't it? From Earth to the moon. Do you see any squares? Can't see no squares. All those square buildings. The monoliths and security. Yeah, you got this classic rock pole in the middle, in the center, on many of those. Look at it. Got various shades of brown and greys there as well. This shows it's not all grey. Some reds there. Man, that's a good picture. Better than NASA. People will say. Better than what NASA's given us. So that was taken from the ground, was it? Atmospheric dispersion in shorter wavelengths to get colours. I cycle through other filters. That's very interesting. Could learn a lot from this guy. International Space Station, is it? What is it? Or is it just a satellite? No, it looks like International Space Station. That one there's got a bit of atmospherics to it though, doesn't it? And you can see the sun's hitting the side of the moon, this side. You can see how much the International Space Station is being illuminated. Is it the space station? Has to be, doesn't it? Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, you got to be careful because sometimes some of these satellites with the big solar panels, when they're scaled down like that, they look the same. Good pictures though. Go and check out his channel. I'd have to sub to this guy. So this is why we follow people like maybe I'm not logged in, am I? Might have to do it after. Oh no, we have to pay, do we? What's that say there? What? Okay, maybe he's not free. What's the idea of that? To make money from Twitter now, is it? Looks like it, doesn't it? What am I missing? Is that something new? Oh, well, I suppose that's how he pays for all that equipment. We're doing it wrong. So maybe there's subscribe and there's follow. Okay, am I logged in? There we go. So you can follow. And then you can subscribe. Yeah. Oh, okay. It must be something new then. I didn't know you could do that. And then people can support your Twitter. I suppose Elon Musk gets a cut of that. Yeah, I didn't realise that was around. Maybe it's been around for years and I didn't even know it. But I've never seen it like that before. Twitter. Let me just do a search on that. Twitter subscribe. How long has it been around? Subscriptions are a way for people, most engaged followers, to help them earn money. Maybe it's something I can set up. No one's going to pay me money though, I don't think. What is subscribe on Twitter? Yeah, when was it implemented? Is that part of the new Twitter Blue stuff? Subscribe on web. Go to Twitter. Twitter Blue subscribe. New feature. Must be this year. Twitter is rebranding the Super Follows feature, which lets you subscribe to individual users to get access to some exclusive content. Twitter owner Elon Musk promoted the feature on Thursday, noting that you can find it in the monetized section. See, I'm not keeping up with the changes in Twitter. Looks like it's all changing. Okay. Don't know if you guys knew about that. Super followers. It's now called subscribe by the looks of it, is it? Yep. Always stuff changing, new stuff to learn. So when all the other shells out there not doing that then. Because I don't think, if we go back to Scott Brando's page, I don't think he's got anything like that, has he? Let me just go back up. Following, that's what it's got. And unfollow, hasn't got a subscribe button. There you go. Okay, so was there anything else we need to look at here? Fake shuttle. What's that one? Recorded during a storm in Brazil. Okay, is it another CGI? Recorded during a storm in Brazil, February. Seriously explained in 2020, and as a VFX artist also commented in his thread. Okay, let's have a look. Oh yeah, it looks so real. Get rid of the music. What is it meant to be? Alien or something? People actually believed in this? I can't believe it. I can't believe people believe in this garbage. What's it meant to be? Paranormal? Have a strong grudge against Brazil. Here's the tweet. Okay. We believe you. We believe you, Scott. Okay, so don't forget what I said about Twitter accounts like these. Think Tank, we World War III UFO Hunter. Yeah, I've not heard of any of those ones before. Apart from that one there, Think Tank, which a lot of people were circulating the garbage from there. The tweet was deleted. Aliens, as already exposed in my timeline, these are stills from a CGI video created by a Turkish YouTuber. There you go, another one. Now that I've shown you the AI art stuff, right, this would be really easy to do now. 5 minutes, I reckon. So, but I don't know about if they've got any aliens that you can muck around with, but someone could probably knock it up in these Discord groups set up for AI. You just have to ask around. I want someone to create me a intro of a UFO saucer coming down and landing, and out comes this kiwi, and the kiwi bird with laser eyes, and all the shells are running away, like Third Phase and Dr. J, and it's shooting them and they're getting vaporized. I want someone to create a intro for that, and I'll make some new music up or something and make a new intro. So yeah, anyone out there want to give it a go? But you can see how they sort of blur it and make it a bit more believable, but still it looks a bit strange, doesn't it? So yeah, you can go and check out his site for those links if you want to play the videos. So Scott's mostly doing CGI exposing that people are promoting as aliens and UFOs by the looks of it nowadays. What was this one? Mojave Triangle. Okay, yeah, we looked at those. So we looked at that last time. And yeah, we wanted Mick West, see what he's got up on anything new while we're here. Okay, I think I've seen that one before. Eyewitness accounts of the same event often vary. Okay, we did actually skim past this earlier. So, as we know, one of the cases we did look at was the 1948, what they call it, cigar type UFO, ghost UFO, ghost rocket. And the pilots drew similar, but then weren't identical, right? So, and of course they were pilots, right? And their drawings weren't identical. And people see different things. I guess, you know, for a split second, it happens, right? So, Mick West is on his grandstand here about eyewitness accounts not being reliable and why he doesn't take them too seriously. But what you got to do is take the average. This is where you got to work on the averages. You know, that's got a flowery tower, so they must have seen that, and it's had some windows on it. Blah blah blah. You know, these got windows. It's got rough shape, bullet type shape, maybe. You know, so they saw something, right? Is sphere actually the most common shape of a UFO? Or is it just commonly reported because a dot in the sky looks like a sphere? So what's he talking about here? Project sign. And he's got circled on their graph. Now what's her name? Costa. What's her name? Cheryl Costa, is it? Did the one on the MUFON database like this. How many were different shapes? This is a really early one. You can see sphere is the most common one there on their reports. Okay, so oh no, happy Pride Month. Oh God. Is it crop season? Crop circle season again? Alright, so he hasn't added anything new. Obviously, there's not much drama happening on Twitter lately. Not since the NASA stuff, but people and Corbell stuff, which was argued over. So yeah, looks like we're going to run out of time again. I should catch up in the side comments. I need someone that sort of keeps an eye on that for me while I'm sort of looking over stuff on the other screen. So I was going to talk about this stupid one from Farsight that Gabba was still going on about that it's cloaking a mothership, and also the information that's being plugged out there about NASA losing stuff. I was going to go over that again, but I'll just go with comments first. So we're going up to what, 4 hours, is it? I will wrap up soon though. Let me just catch up on the side comments. I've just got to open it up again. Oh, I shouldn't zoom because it looks stupid. Okay, we got... Go through it here. We just go backwards. Snipes, how's it going there? Looks like it's 2 comment splits, is it? To get good astro pictures, you need to take thousands of pics of the same star or planet or nebula, then stick the photos with a stacker. Yeah, we've talked about that in the past. I haven't played around with that sort of stuff. I've normally done it manually myself, but there is software that makes it easier, apparently, but I haven't played around with it. And it will bin the blurry ones. Alright, bin the blurry ones and stack the good. Yep. You're right, and that's what they do in criminal investigations where they got bad VHS tape and they can stack the images to get the number plate and that sort of stuff. That actually was developed by NASA, evil NASA, all that sort of software, because they needed to enhance the quality of their videos for the space program and all that sort of stuff. Yes, great show. Well, it's a bit of a jumble show actually. But yeah, like I said at the beginning of the show, there was a lot going on this week, and I was working still on my camera projects for the sky watching. Plus, I was a bit sick as well. At least at the minute, you can spot a lot of AI videos. Yeah, but I think there needs to be some sort of encoding in the video where I'm not sure how it would be done though. I know it's like a computer scientist thing to come up with something, but maybe the pixels itself in certain places can be like have encoded data information in it that's not actually visible on the picture itself. Or maybe we're in the corner of every frame has some sort of code, and it might be just but then again, you don't want it on the screen. If you can make the color black but all the other information's there that actually encodes it with like a serial number to the software that was used to make it, I think there needs to be something like that, if you know what I mean. It's something I haven't looked into, but yeah. How many bits of info on a single pixel image? We talked about 24-bit color, but what? I think there's a bit more than that though, isn't it? How much data is one pixel? Talking about 8-bit there for black and white, 24 for colour. I thought maybe there might have been more than that. So, is there a way to use that for encoding information that can't be deleted from each of the frames? Because you know how many shades there are. There must be techniques out there though. Let's see. Encoding serial info into a video frame. Let's see what comes up on that. There must be some ideas out there already looking into this. Encode and export video. No. Deep learning based real-time video processing. Serial data. Must be a way to do it. Must be. Image, segment method, or sub picture. You could do it with audio for sure, off the video, but then they can get rid of the audio, right? We know that you can make it below the hearing thing to encode GPS data. I think that was one method of using audio track, and you can strip that information out and turn it into coordinates while it's playing the video. But can you do it on the actual picture itself? There must be a way. But yeah, it'd be something to think about. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked again. I thought maybe you could pin something that someone's worked out. Encodings serial AI art. There must be people thinking about it. Stealing from artists. Because yeah, it makes sense if someone creates a art piece that they should be able to put a serial encoded into the video itself. Serial time coded amplify. No. Yeah, okay. It must be looked into though. Protecting. What's going on there? Doing something crazy. Just so yeah, that's all about watermark, but we want a digital watermark. Semi-transparent word. No, I don't want that. Although maybe the free versions should be watermarking it like that anyway. Tiling. Yeah, need to do some more research on this probably. First way to protect your artwork, add watermark. You want an invisible watermark. Again, it should be applied to AI art, but yeah, I'm sure someone will come out with something. Yeah, I was just going through the comments, wasn't I? And I really got sidetracked. Deep fakes will be scary in future. Yeah, so we need some way to enforce it, that the information can't be removed from the video. I know they've been doing that for copyright for people in the past, copying stuff and putting it up on the web. But you could do it with the audio. We know that much because that's how they were doing it, right? When you played the VHS tape, it was receiving some code that they put in the audio track every so often. And I think some technique was using timing, you know, like interlace. But anyway, yeah, it's a complex topic, really. I don't think people thought about it where they should have, unless they change the format and get rid of the old format, so only AI creates it into a new format, and it won't allow you to convert it into other containers like MP4 or something. So maybe they need to create AI art in a new video format that can't be converted down and always going to be in that quality. Or if they did convert it, it would put a visible watermark in. There'll be something that'll come out in the future. We have to see where it develops. You better see. Oh yeah, Paul was talking about that. Yes, I hope all is okay. You have to take care of yourself and use first. Yeah, it's been a bit strange this week with the sickness. But I'm good today, and that's why I did a show today. I thought, well, Charlie's woofing, he's got everybody up. Dad's got the TV on Fox News blaring out, and I thought, not going to sleep now, so I'm not going to do a live show. I'm going to bed. Oh no, we've lost Michael. Yeah, I'm going to wrap up soon. Let's reveal look. Listening to talk. Okay, that's alright, he's still listening. Let's just get, I think he's got a few comments here. It's going slow. Balloon or military, 10 meters a second. Just a dot. Not funny, just leave it. Not worth looking into. I'm not sure what I was looking into for that comment, but yeah. Move on. You know I support you, bro. I'm back. Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably have to go to the toilet myself soon. I'm gonna sit down. Okay, cool. I'm not an actor. F all the haters. Okay. Yeah, try not to swear on the side as well, Mike. Doesn't look good. Say fudge or some other word in place of it. Or just put F. With, you know, quotes around it or whatever. Yeah, okay, I think we've sort of got a gift of the most of the comments there that I haven't been watching. Yeah, I just can't do both at the same time, that's all. Okay, he's put in highlights here. Out there, it will come, mate, you deserve it. I'm not sure what we're talking about there, but I missed it again. I think we're talking about art back then, was it? AI? Stick to my guns. Hey guys. I know, it's a frustrating field we're in here, and personalities and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of technical stuff that we need to keep on top of, and changing technology and learn it and all this sort of stuff. To be like what they call a right-click UFO researcher. You know, it's not like I can go over to America and go and dig through libraries like some people can. Those people can bring it to the internet so the rest of the world can see it, but they don't a lot of people don't do that because they want to make money out of what they've researched, right? Or what they found in the archives. So, you know, people claiming that they're not a right-click researcher is like an insult to people like me, where most of it is right-click, and it doesn't make you any less credible because you can find the information online. And you can ask someone that's in the other country to find you that information, to bring it to you online as well. You don't have to phone up people, because it may have already been done. So why just repeat what people have already done when they've got the information handy? So I don't agree with a certain person saying right-click researchers. That just annoys me, you know. And I know there's been a few people that said that in the past, like Poulin and Cambion. I don't agree with that mentalness. Okay, let's just start with the mothership one. Let's move on a bit, and we'll just wrap up on these last bits again. And plasma stuff have to be left behind. Got to be careful on this one here. Although he's not put claims on me in the past, it is a trailer, it says here, and you know trailers can't be copyrighted. And I'll just keep it muted for here at the moment. I think this is just pure nonsense. We've talked about Angel here before, that can be produced off UFOs. They've analysed it in the chemical makeup, and they simulated it in the lab with a charged surface moving through air with the right chemicals, and it forms the spider web. So you talked about those old cases in France and all that, where they claim the spider web comes down, and a lot of people were debunking it as spiders. So yeah, looks like these guys have been trying to promote their little blobs on the web, which we'll just play in a minute.
Hi everyone, this project is a very big deal. Please listen and watch close.
So this guy moves and blinks too much, and that comes across really suspicious to me.
In January 2023, we at Farsight started making our own
just look at his body language.
Recordings of UFOs using specially modified full-spectrum cameras using infrared filters.
He comes across as like a deep fake, doesn't he?
All shot at 120 frames per second to capture stuff that moves.
Whoa, 120 frames per second. And you know how fast bugs move and all that stuff. 120 frames is not going to do shit all, right? Well, we got it on the highest possible quality camera. No, you haven't. If you want to do it on the highest possible camera footage, you do it at 8,000 frames a second. And you can't do that in video. You have to use burst mode on your camera, set for a few minutes, and hopefully whatever passes in front of the camera is captured in those frames. Then you can do slow motion and zoom in and get high quality. You can see the wings and everything.
Moves really fast. Now, we honestly did not know what would happen, but what we discovered shocked us to the core, and we have been studying UFOs and extraterrestrials for a very long time. So for us to be shocked, that's big. What we found out is that the number of UFOs in our lower atmosphere, literally right over our heads, is enormous. They are everywhere.
Those damn bugs and balloons everywhere.
Nearly always use cloaking stealth tech, and they fly at crazy fast speeds. But you can see them clearly in infrared, especially when you slow down the footage, which again is why you need to
and 120 frames ain't gonna do shit.
shoot it 120 frames per second. Now, the entire mainstream story of trying to discover if the one UFO picture that will convince everyone that the extraterrestrials is real, it's totally bull.
Yeah, I don't like all that sort of head shaking and eye blinking and all that sort of stuff going on here.
Bogus. They are everywhere all the time. In 10 minutes of video taken nearly everywhere in the middle of the day, you will discover numerous
oh no, insects.
ships right above your head. Rather than try to
Well, why can't I catch them on my high-spec cameras out the back then?
Convince people that our videos are the real thing. We began to focus on convincing people to get out their own cameras, properly configured, and make your own videos. Once you know how to do it...
Yeah, if you got it on long exposure or the slow shutter on fast or strong or whatever the setting name is, you're going to catch bugs.
It is so easy to get great videos of UFOs. Well, one of the most surprising videos that we recorded was taken on the 10th of January 2023.
Oh, here we go.
And we call this video the Spiderweb UFO. Now this does...
That's because it's a web with water droplets and probably a bug on it. Let me just skim in. Okay. So it's on infrared on 120 frames. Okay, so can't see anything. But how come we got this scattering artifact of light already?
Does not mean that the video is a spider web.
There we go. Maybe I did that spider web that was in my bedroom. Look, you got little dots here. And it's floating spiders. I actually did post underneath this video. Is it still there? Or have they deleted it? I'll have to check later.
It is not. It just reminds us of a spider web. Well, many in our audience dismissed those particular images as spider webs, even though some things did not add up. Let's go through the facts. The images look a lot like aurora or energy lines, always in a curved formation, moving back and forth across the screen. Now they are also sharply in focus. Now both of our cameras were focused on infinity, and the lines are clearly visible on both cameras, so only something very far away.
So I asked Mick West when he exposed the sky, and he said he wouldn't waste his time. So when he comes back and said in direct message, I'm not going to waste my time on this crap.
They could be in focus. Real spider webs could not be far away. They would be close and they would not be in focus. And given that the stuff must always be far away, it must be huge since it covers the full frame of the video for over 3 minutes. A spider web would be really small and incredibly thin if it was far away, and it would not be possible for our cameras to resolve.
Yeah, so where's the footage of you filming it then? You know, prove the point how far away it is. But still, it doesn't discount spider webs. We know they do travel in big masses in the sky, right? I'm not sure if we've got images of these floating spiders, right? Floating web in the sky. I don't know if we can find anything right offhand. What are those strands of spider webs floating through the sky? Here we go. Is that a news one? Let's have a look. Might be garbage.
And they all landed down here. Why, we may be up to our ears in spiders.
No, this isn't a Halloween prank.
There you go.
We're told it's a completely natural
Not thin,
process.
not thin.
Once the spider eggs are hatched, the babies then release a silk from their abdomen.
It's real lightweight, and these spiderlings are so tiny and microscopic that then the wind will just carry that silk along.
The process is called ballooning, where the wind carries away the baby spiders in search of a new home. But the flying baby spiders might not survive the ballooning process.
Most of them are going to land, get caught in places.
And of course, you're going to get water, dew, and all that sort of in it as well. Oh, here we go. Send it on to Farsight, Courtney Brown. He needs to be shown.
To Stockman, the spiders are in no way.
Oh, right. Looks very much similar to his one.
She says humans shouldn't worry.
And you'd be happy. Like
I want one that shows it high in the sky, though.
You should leave your spiders. You should leave pest control like flies.
Well, whether you've witnessed babies ballooning or
there
not,
you go.
we're told it occurs about twice a year. Abigail Ogle, KOCO.
See, and we got a little clip there.
Then release a silk from their abdomen.
Yeah, I don't think they got too much footage, have they? A bit disappointing there. News channel. Have we got another one? I've got another one here from the same channel, is it? France, Splunen, Garden and more. It sounds like a YouTuber. Oh, there we go. He hasn't got it on infrared. Alright, I can see little dots in the sky. Remember that one on Skinwalker Ranch? This is what I thought it was. Balloon and spider going between trees, right? And Travis Taylor saying, "Oh, it's a UFO," and they edited it in a way that it appeared to come out of thin air. On the show, it turned out to be the full footage. Green Street saw was not like that. But yeah, even I picked it out as a balloon and spider, right? Even though they edited it to make it look like it showed up out of nowhere. So I think we can see some strands in this amateur footage here. And it's not the best cameras. But yeah, look at all of it in the sky, guys. Thousands of UFOs. Oh, there we go, look. Cloaking mothership. So it gives you an idea. That was just a quick search there. So let's go back to the other guy.
Of a spider web at such a distance. Again, our cameras could see a spider web only if it is close, and it would be out of focus since the cameras are focused on infinity. So if they were real spider webs, we would not have seen anything because the focus would be all blurry and smeared at best.
I didn't say it was close to the camera. I said it was a spider web with water droplets and spiders on it. So I don't know what debunkers he's listening to. But again, we haven't seen his camera setup. You know, they could be really close and he could be faking it as well. And it could be in focus, right?
Things in our video traveled back and forth for a full 3 minutes, not in one direction as would happen if something was
Shogun
carried by the
dots,
wind.
yeah.
Also, the things had a curved or circular contour, and they maintained that contour the entire time, which made no sense for real spider webs, which would have wiggled around in all types of shapes. And the footage was obtained on the 10th of January 2023.
Shining like a web.
None of our other footage on that very cold day contained any bugs. And we zoomed in to all...
so we've proven that bugs do travel even in winter. But we're not even sure what time that was filmed. On a cold day. Again, we'll probably have to do some more research on the floating spiders, but I'm pretty sure, depending on the temperature, they still would float even on cold days.
All the stuff in the footage using our computers to see everything closely. There were no wings on anything flying that day. None. And no bugs.
Okay, so he shows the next clip coming up, which has wings. Nothing has wings.
Bugs fly if they don't have
so what are we looking at here? Is this the web one still?
Wings.
It's quite hard to see it.
And we zoomed in to all the stuff in the footage using our computers to see everything close.
Okay, it looks like the spider web thing we were just looking at, right? To me, that looks like the sun up here, is it?
There were no...
I didn't really see much of the arrow.
Those spider webs, which would have wiggled around in all types of shapes. And the footage was obtained on the 10th of January 2023.
I can see it
None of
right
our other
there.
footage on that very cold day contained any bugs. And we zoomed in to all the stuff in the footage using our computers to see everything.
And what do we see here? A dot! Let's just step it a wee bit. Gone. And kind of let's like a bug, doesn't it? Is it a floating spider though, this one? Looks like it might be tumbling even. Maybe it broke off its web. Like I said, most of them don't survive when they hatch and float off. Alright, let's keep on going. Craft
There were
V.
no wings on anything flying that day. None. And no...
Again, they're not zooming in on it. Nice arrow. Can't see anything. Oh, there we go. It looks like the same thing we just saw. Little dot. Don't see no wings. Yeah, look how low quality it is. A blue UFO we call those. And you can see it disappears because the camera sensor's not picking it up, so it must be right down at pixel level, right?
Bugs fly if they don't have wings. And many of our UFOs seem to be coordinating their movements in relation to the stuff we were...
Anyway, they're making a big... This is a trailer. They've actually made a documentary on this. And they're selling it to people.
Mystically calling spider webs.
Yeah, so what do we got here? Looks like long exposure. Or slow shutter. Even 120 frames. This is typical of a bug flying, isn't it? See, it's got the little squiggly pattern happening. And you can see... I'm not sure. Have we gotten the highest setting here? Probably haven't. That's probably why we're struggling a bit. That's like 200. What's it set to? 148. It's not too slow down. Let's put it on the right setting here. I don't think it's going to improve it though. Still going to be pixelated. Not as much though. Okay, so we can start to see the edge on it. Still pixelated. Okay. And this is typical of a bug moving quickly across a sensor. There you go. It's like something broke off it there. Or it's a wing that's reflecting light. And it's gone again. So I'm not too sure what frames, if it's an individual frame we're looking at there, or combined. But I think I can see what looks like a wing buzzing around in the first part of it, and because we got rolling shutter possibly as well in this mix, but we got motion blur, and we got slow shutter problems. So it's really the same thing that stretched 1, 2, 3, 4 times and made it into like a little tubey thing. But sometimes we're seeing what looks like a reflection of a wing. And it looks like it's going away from us now. Oh, there you go. It's on a different angle to us now. And we're getting a long exposure, slow shutter, and then we're getting the actual object that's moving. Well, part of it being given off heat there. And it's gone up again. Alright, so we're seeing first bit and the fourth bit this time there, and then we're seeing the in-between bits. Because it looks like it's changing angle again. Looks like it's going away from us slightly, and now it's coming back. Now, yeah, it's definitely got bigger, so it's definitely coming towards us now. But I think those little dots is part of the wing being illuminated. And you can see it up the top now, little dot above it. It's going to be some type of fly. There you go, more of it illuminated. So you're going to need better than 120 frames a second. And of course, when you combine it together, it's going to look like a funny shape. It's going to be like a rod with little bars either side. Because we've got them happening top and bottom. Here we go. That looks like a wing, doesn't it? We're seeing more of the wing now. It's closer to the camera. But it's the wing's gone down in the second half of it, right? So it's actually maybe 3 images of the bug moving across, where the wing's suddenly flat downwards and it's next to its body, and so it looks like it's a straight line still. Here we go, you can see the 2 wings now. It's tilted. And then they go to the side, and then you don't see it on the other bits. The sensor can't keep up with the speed of the bug. There you go. It looks like a skyfish, right? Camera artifact. So there's the wings. Now look. Okay, so you can actually see the legs now too. I wish I could point to it. So you can see, shows how much I zoomed in on this. You can see these are the wings, and you can see little feet coming down, and it's sort of like the image has been stretched across the sensor. So that wing's gone down slowly. You can see bits of the wing still. Yeah, you can see it going towards the body as the wings change in angle there. Looks a mess, I know, but our technology's, unless you got it on burst mode to get all those extra frames, you're wasting your time. Okay, it's going towards something at the end there. They stopped. Now you can see how much they've mucked around with it as well. That's obviously light from the sun. Yeah, you can see the legs on that. Come on, you can see the wings. But it's actually, it looks like 2 things now. It looks like the same bug that's sort of been overlapped. So it's like head to tail, head to tail. This guy's talking absolute garbage. He hasn't even asked the expert. It's probably a bee. We know that we did some past research on bees. They do come out the hive even on cold days to do exercise, and then they fly back in before they get too cold.
Real spiderwebs can easily be seen in visible light, but these things on our video were totally invisible in visible light. So it is easy for anyone to dismiss things at first glance, and it is so tempting to do, which seems to be such a common human trait, it seems. But things are often more complicated than they seem at first glance, and sometimes we need to take a second look. And in this case, it is good we did. Indeed, that is what science does. Additionally, during the 3-minute and 9-second clip, which was part of a 10-minute video that was taken on the 10th of January, there was a huge collection of other things. UFOs of all shapes and sizes and configurations. It was some of the busiest airspace we have ever seen, and we had no idea that so much stuff was going on in the infrared band of the electromagnetic spectrum, right over our heads.
Okay, there is another one.
He's got his remote viewers on it. There's plenty of UFOs in the sky called bluefos. This is why remote viewing is a joke.
In similar shape. This is just like debris floating off of it. Let's probe deeper into this. We're gonna say this is...
Yeah, I'll just give on a bit. What else you got?
Non-stop, over our heads, all using stealth tech. It really speaks a lot to the idea of a long
what's
time.
he got? What
Our
did we miss?
remote viewing data clearly suggests that this planet is being operated as a prison. And given the fact that
Oh no, not the prison planet.
we see so much UFO activity,
Yeah, that looks like a bug. Yeah, it's pretty blurry, isn't it? Can't see with your eye.
constantly, non-stop, over our heads, all using stealth tech. It really speaks a lot to the idea that...
Hang on, he's got a little grin there. He knows he's bullshitting. Let's just go back on
all
that.
those ETs over our heads are not here to sing
Where's
Kumbaya
that
with
little
our
grin?
remote viewing data clearly suggests that this planet is being operated as a prison. And given the fact that we see so much UFO activity, constantly, non-stop, over our heads, all using stealth tech, it really speaks a lot.
He's trying not to laugh there. I think his face looks like it's enforced to try and get through doing a intro for his thing without burst out laughing after he's finished.
To the idea that all those ETs over our heads are not here to sing
Damn
Kumbaya
ET
with us.
bugs.
They are trying to keep themselves hidden. In the past, when we published our...
Come on, guys, that's spider web. Look, I did something like that in the shorts, remember? There's that black filter business again. Yeah, I did actually turn that off in the end and added this thing here that can exclude it. Add into white pages. There we go. Look at that. That's pretty cool, eh? That's better than what Google and Chromium have done, and just a simple add-on where you can just flip it. Oh, that's what I was going to show you. I was going to show you that web page with that filter. That's why I had that still tabbed there, but now I've closed it. Oh, what did I do? Something went wrong there. What happened? Opened up another thing. Yeah, I was going to turn it back to white because it's a bit yucky and black, I think. Well, mind you, it's a bit bright on the eyes that now. Some things are good on dark and some things are not, though. So I did a short on the spiderweb thing ages ago, right? And I did these 3 shorts on GUFON. If you've not seen them too, maybe I should play them. So where's all the other ones disappeared to? How do we get all of them up? Popular, latest, where's all? Huh? Google, you scumbags. Where's all of them? Just... Oh look, more showing up now, just reloaded the page. Whereabouts was the spiderweb one? Because this is what related to this video. It's funny, we were talking about it the same night and I saw this thread above me and I started filming it. Whereabouts was it though? I thought it was around about here. I'm not sure if I showed it to you. I think I did. Just wanted to bring it up to refresh your memories on it. Yeah. I've done quite a lot of stuff though, haven't I? That's back too far. It's probably been censored. Google. Maybe it had disco lights on. Oh, here we go. Is that the one? No, that's the kite one. I think we're missing some. Unbelievable. I think Google, what do we got here? Oldest, latest, oldest. Maybe it's in there. I did some funny stuff. Makes me laugh just looking at it. Why can't I see it? Oh, damn it. What's the other options there? Of course I had it on white, now it's changed again. Probably have to exclude it, add it to the white list. Yeah, probably. Keep it on the white. Popular and latest, that's all we got. And then we come up with that bullshit, and then I reload it. Contrast. It's here somewhere. So you never know if stuff gets silently hidden. What was that one? I'm pretty sure I did shorts for it. Yeah, I got one of these now, so I'm gonna make another video up with my one and show you it properly, that thing. And I got the moldable plastic, so I'm gonna do a video on that one. I'm gonna make a little base for that thing too because it's unsteady. Unbelievable. Maybe it's just a video. Oh, here we go. That's it. These ones here. Exactly like they're showing at the moment. And I only got, what, 2 likes on it. Typical UFO people. There we go.
What is it, people? Hovering spider threat or UFO angel here.
It saw it better with the eyes though.
What is it, people?
I've got longer videos of it. You can click down the bottom here and go to it. Oh, here's the other one.
So, is that a UFO floating around there? You see it?
That's was it. There it is. Yeah.
Or is that angel?
So you tell me that doesn't look like what he's shown on his video, right? It's like identical.
Yeah. Oh, a bit of spider web. That's funny. That should appear in my room. And we were talking about that the other day.
So spider webs are everywhere. Aliens are watching me. But yeah, there was this I put up on GUFON because he's still blabbing on about the LA event they hoaxed, right? And these are some little clips I just quickly put together, trying to see if you could clip together lots of things just using create a short. And if I click on that one, you can see what I did.
Everything he says cannot be proven, and he thinks he's.
I didn't realize the sound was so bad on it though. We can't prove anything we said. Well, we can to a degree, can't we? This is what comparisons in science and research can do. You can narrow it right down to most likely what it is, a reflection. Where's the volume on this one? Let's just boost it up a wee bit.
Proving this one video that they were holding up this big 500-pound piece of glass to cause a reflection. And everything they said about that is such a lie that Third Phase of Moon made a video to prove that they were wrong, to show that they were looking at the wrong house, those trees didn't match up, and all this other stuff that they were claiming, because the Out There channel did the worst debunk and lies I've ever seen.
So my analysis from a frame of their video proves there's 2 reflection points and an edge of the glass, which can only happen if they're filming through glass. And Alien Addict also, in the same location as I found, noticed a reflection point.
This is some sort of reflection from something that's behind them. I mean, it could be a phone screen, I don't know. It's something I like.
So it's a bit hard to see, but if you look at the original Alien Addict video and zoom right in, you can see this little speck of light that's moving downwards in steps, like they had a step just behind where that glass sheet is. Someone was walking down with a tablet or a smartphone screen lit up, and you can actually see it going down the stairs, right? So that's proof that it was being filmed through glass. So this GUFON is a liar, and he also admitted it was through glass before he joined up with Third Phase, which is this clip here.
Behind the scenes.
Okay, how many likes did we get on it? Oh, we actually got 5 on that one. Amazing.
And I said, here's a video that's going to prove you guys are wrong, and Alien Addict didn't want to look at it. Not even to see, not even curious to know what's on the video. He says, Rich, it doesn't matter. I don't believe that.
And here's a comment he posted on the video analysis before he started working with Third Phase, where he admits that it is a reflection on glass. Reflecting off something that's fake, hands down busted. And GUFON busted. And another comment. So what about that then? My analysis proves there are reflections. And lastly, a third part to it here.
Show Alien Addict behind the scenes, and I said, here's a video that's going to prove you guys are wrong, and Alien Addict didn't want to look at it. Not even to see, not even curious to know what's on the video. He says, Rich, it doesn't matter. I don't believe them anyway. But aren't you curious to see what they're saying? They're not curious to see the truth.
Well, we already have the daytime footage of another hoax they pulled at the same location in daytime. And you can see in this one here, it looks like it's got a sheet of glass that runs along the back here near the balcony with a support wire going across here. So
could be perspex though.
And here is another shot, what looks like a dining outside table with a glass top on it, which would have been ideal for hoaxing, leaning against the railing, even if it didn't have a glass railing system.
Show Alien Addict behind the scenes, and I said, here's...
So we're not interested in seeing their footage because we already know the location is not what I said in one of my videos I made, where they're at the same location on the LA hills, and the house had a balcony that had obvious glass all around, which is exactly what they did here, but whether they leaned a glass table against the railings, strapped it at the bottom, or whatever, with fishing line, or just had it carefully angled so it wouldn't fall down, and just quickly did the fake thing. Remember when, I don't know if you ever saw the original footage of that, but when Blake started moving, he said, oh, it's disappeared. That's because his camera angle changed different to the glass. He didn't get the reflection anymore, and he didn't move back because it would have been obvious. As soon as he moved back, it would have shown back up in the view, and they would have been caught out live right then. But they had like thousands of people saying this is hoaxed, and so they deleted the whole video. And GUFON's still defending it to today. That was back in 2018. But yeah. Just something I did there. Only got 4 likes on it. Hardly any views. Google didn't even promote it. Not like the dog videos. Like I keep pointing out, you can see how biased this. Even some of, anything to do with UFOs, no views at all. But do something where you're talking about your camera and jets passing over top. 158, 400 views there. Clouds, 81, But anything to do with UFOs, camera pod there, 400 odds. This one here, I may have said on the audio it looked like a UFO or whatever. Hardly any views as soon as you mention the word UFO, unless you're media. Dog video, 300 views, and so on. But anything to do with UFOs, 8 views there. 8 views debunking that 1561 thing. Google doesn't want the truth to be known, obviously. 5 views on that one, 6 views on that one. The CGI alien. GUFON. Oh, that one's got a few ones. But it wasn't anything to do with UFOs. That was the imbecile one. Imbecile music I was using. But yeah, you can see the bias, right? But yeah, this one here, what's that one got? Up to 100, is it? Just on that one. That wasn't anything to do with UFOs. My model of a TR3B, that got hardly any views. Dog one, straight up into the thousands, is it? 1.2k, 1k. Charlie can do better than UFO Topic on YouTube. They're just bias. Anything exposing their cash cow, security, 11 views. Greer, 10 views. Greer again, 18 views. Elon Musk floating sky thing I did, 500,000 views. They mentioned UFOs. GUFON the Clown, now how come that one got it? Oh right, it didn't mention UFOs, but it still was like a comedy thing. Still got 500,000 views there. But yeah, you telling me I'm not suppressed? I'm suppressed. That's why no one knows about my UFO channel. Unless people get out there and promote it on different web pages and blogs, no one's going to ever find out about it and what Tyler got up to. Okay, got a few things here. Okay, looks like I've got a lot of notifications to go over. Anyway, when I finish up today, so whereabouts were we talking about these spider webs? I think we've had enough of this one though, haven't we? I was just showing you a demonstration. They got remote viewers doing their stuff. And this is his son, by the way. He's married to a black woman, or was, or maybe he's not married to her, I don't know.
For whatever reason.
Okay. You should be very suspicious of this whole thing. And of course these are all relatives or friends.
They're staring into my eyes very knowingly, almost begging me to stop asking something that I supposedly already know.
Yeah, I just don't trust any of this remote viewing, because we don't see behind the scenes, right?
Miles an hour, or 32,000 kilometers per hour.
So I don't want to share the video, but I will anyway, and you can have a watch of it. I'll just chip down the volume again because I forgot to do that before I started playing that again. Spiders ballooning or UAPs. UFAPs. I was going to do UFO. I mistyped it there. Censorship at the highest. Well, at least I can prove it, can't I? And the shorts is a good way in doing it. There's got to be lots of thousands of people out there. Anything you post on UFOs would look at it, right? Even if they didn't click like on it, because oh, he's debunking it, and then go. But still, it should be classed as a view count, shouldn't it? So even though I've made those shorts, they never get rolled out to the system. I don't know how it works, but they don't. Obviously, they suppress it. It doesn't get rolled out. But you do a dog video, it gets rolled out, and maybe 1,000 pet owners will watch it, and 10 of them will like it. You know, and that's how it works, I guess. But if you add up all my views of all my other alt media accounts, even though this is YouTube's only got 260,000 views, right? And other people are nearing 1 million views. Well, if you add up all mine, I think it comes up to about 700,000 views. You know, that's quite impressive when you think about it. 700,000 people worldwide have watched out their channel, but not on YouTube. You know, I think almost BitChute started in half the time, has doubled the view counts. I think it's getting up to about 400,000, and YouTube's still on 260,000. So people do watch my stuff, but they might not be funding me from those other platforms. But I was hoping maybe to do streaming on BitChute when they were going to bring it out. But it looks like Rumble's got there. But you have to pay. You have to pay a minimum of so much a month, $10 or $15 a month to get streaming. It's always about money, isn't it? So yeah, just to round it up on this topic, the missing tapes they keep talking about. Let's see. I'll just go full screen on this one, so I won't be able to comment. I'll check on the comments at the same time. But so the claim was NASA lost the telemetry tapes containing the recording of, I couldn't say that word last live stream. My brain had fried. Recording of the raw video data that was transmitted by Apollo 11 mission. However, all the data was also safely recorded elsewhere. So we talked about this, the moon landing footage. So they sent it from the moon to a dish, like in Australia, and then it got recorded at the receiver stage, which is missing. So the raw signal is lost. Then they converted it into TV format, sent it off to the broadcasting live, which got recorded and is still available, and then sent on to the customer's TV. So that's the moon landing one. Flatters make a big deal out of this incident to discredit the Apollo missions. In reality, the only lost data was the raw video before conversion to NTSC. Only the raw data was lost, but there are other recordings of the same footage. NASA lost the tapes containing the recording of the raw video data transmitted by, however, all the data is safely. Okay, this is repeating. Flat Earthers make a big deal, blah blah blah. What else we got here? Anything else? I thought that diagram was actually quite good. The diagram sums it up quite well. But people were talking about that we've lost all the information on how to land on the moon, which is what I was looking for, and I come across this one that we talked about previously about moon walk, or coming down the ladder and all that sort of stuff. In the late 90s, several still photographs were discovered that showed the visually superior raw SSTV transmission that sparked the interest to find the original tapes that hold the STTV data, but they were unable to find them. They did, however, discover the best visual quality videotapes and Super 8, which is 400 frames, 400 lines per frame instead of the usual 200 and something, taken off a video monitor showing the SSTV transmission, which I think they've redigitized it into digitally mastered of that spacewalk now. And unlike the arguments we hear from flat earthers, the tapes were nice to have, but not really necessary. The tapes do not contain the technology that was deliberately destroyed or other conspiracy nonsense we hear. So that come up in that search. I'll just post a link to it. Lost tapes. But did we lose the technology to land on the moon? So let's just go over that nonsense claim, right? Just got to follow the evidence and the facts rather than claiming that everything is a lie. How we lost the ability to travel to the moon. Okay, so this is something else I found. Not sure if it's good on a black screen or a white screen, but we'll see. The capsule that safely delivered Apollo 14 astronauts, Mitchell and Shepard. As we learnt in previous live shows, how small it was. How did we lose the technology to go to the moon? Originally appeared on how do you say that word? The knowledge sharing network, where compelling questions and answered by people with unique insights. Answered by Robert Frost, instructor and flight controller at NASA. Why does it take 3 years to develop a new car when it shares 90% of the DNA with the previous model? Why does it take 6 years to develop a new plane when it shares 90% of the DNA of the previous model? The answer is they are complex devices. A launch vehicle and spacecraft destined to go to the moon is much more complex and operates at the edge of the envelope, where there is little tolerance for imprecision and error. When operating on the edge of the envelope, thousands and thousands of hours go into testing and tweaking. The development of an operations team acquire expertise. And we're seeing that with SpaceX test flights, right? And they intentionally blow it up and collect all the data, and whether they can get people down safely when there's a disaster and all that sort of stuff. So Elon's developing all the spaceship, but people are claiming, well, NASA's got all the data how to do it, but the technology has progressed on from the old days, right? So it needs to be researched and retested before you can make it really safe for people. So this is what he's trying to say here. Operating a space mission involves reams of paper in the forms of flight rules and operational procedures manuals. Those rules and procedures are drafted over thousands of hours of test and simulations, which we've seen now live with SpaceX and better coverage, right? The Saturn V rocket had over 3 million parts. Really? God almighty. The command and service modules and lunar module were composed of millions of additional parts. An individual person cannot contemplate the scale of detail needed to assemble and operate those vehicles. And they needed the guys from Paperclip, right? They needed the Von Braun. So when the Apollo program ended, the factories that assembled those vehicles were retasked or shut down. The jigs were disassembled, the molds were destroyed, the technicians, engineers, scientists and flight controllers moved on to other jobs. Over time, some of the materials used become obsolete. If we today said, let's build another Saturn V rocket and Apollo CSM lunar module and all that and go to the moon, it would not be a simple task of pulling out the blueprints and bending and cutting metal. We don't have the factories or tools, we don't have the materials, we don't have the expertise to understand how the real vehicle differed from the drawings. We don't have the expertise to operate the vehicle. We would have to substitute modern materials that changes the vehicle, it changes the mass, it changes the stresses and strains, it changes the interactions, it changes the possible malfunctions, it changes the capabilities of the vehicle. We would have to spend a few years redeveloping the expertise, which SpaceX has been doing, isn't it? We would have to conduct new tests and simulations. We would have to draft new flight manuals, rules and procedures. We would have to certify new flight controllers and crew. We would essentially be building a new vehicle. And that's what we are doing. As similar as Orion looks to an Apollo command module, as much as we think we understand heat shields and parachute deployment systems, we have to understand these specific heat shields and parachute deployment systems. NASA has people doing these tasks every day. Did I read that right? So that's it. I think that was a good reply from NASA, wasn't it? Where people saying you lost the ability to travel to the moon. They didn't lose it, but everything's changed since the 1960s to now, right? So it makes sense that that's all old technology, you know, old dials and pressure gauges, and now we've got carbon fiber. We don't have to have great big solid thick doors and all that sort of stuff, and glass has changed. Everything's changed. So why do they need to keep all the documents on how to build one when we live in modern times and you wouldn't build that way anymore? So they didn't lose the technology. That's just false information, right? That's popping up there on channels like GUFON, that's been saying that sort of stuff on his thing, on his live shows recently about NASA, and he didn't do any research on it, clearly. Did we lose ability, can't even type, to get to the moon? Clearly not. You know, the same maths is there. So what sort of stuff would they have archived? Well, if they started destroying it as soon as the program was destroyed, the factories were getting retooled for other things. How would you back all that up? Now, you probably would keep the blueprints, maybe microfiche as they call it, down and store it away until the storage of storing data got better, like it is now, and you can store a lot more of it. Anyway, we're just going to finish up. I think there's one more bit here. Most terrifying space photo. I thought this was quite interesting. What was the one before that? Oh yeah, other stuff that we haven't got to yet. Okay, so most terrifying space photo. Astronaut floats away from space shuttle untethered. So you might be able to remember this. And that photo I got on my Twitter, isn't it? And floating around. Where's my Twitter account? I made up this banner. It's actually quite good. I guess if you can get it on t-shirts if you're interested as well. I still got that one, but I only use it on the Twitter page. There he is, floating around in space. And I made it with the pyramids on the moon and a triangle TR3B sucking off energy from the pyramid on the moon to refuel. But this is an article about that. That pop-up is really annoying. What year was that? The photo was clicked on February 1984. Photograph of an astronaut floating away from the space shuttle untethered has been doing the rounds on social media. The photo, taken in February 84, shows the astronaut in a white spacesuit floating in the void as the blue Earth sphere looms underneath. Oh yeah, it's very flat. So perhaps the most terrifying space photo to date. Astronaut Bruce McCandles 2, is it? Bruce McCandles the second, I suppose you'd say, floats completely untethered away from the safety to the space shuttle, off the space shuttle, with nothing but his manual, his manned maneuver unit keeping him alive. First person in history to do so. But yeah, it's a bit risky if something went wrong. So he's got a jetpack on, basically, right? Is that all it says about it? Describing the photo titled Free Floating, NASA stated in its website. Astronaut Bruce McCandless is seen floating above Earth. He is farther away from the safety of the spaceship than any astronaut has ever been. While reflecting on the NASA photograph McCandless had in July 2015, my anonymity means people can imagine themselves doing the same thing, like Neil Armstrong. I was representing mankind up there. Read more. Okay, there is more. Was 170 miles above Earth. And there's the video. Let's just have a play of it. Has it got some speech on it? It's very quiet. So there's his little jetpack. You've probably seen those in computer games, right? Can't see the engines fine. Looks pretty bulky though, doesn't it? So got a camera on it. A GoPro. Oh no. Was that a UFO or was that something he dropped? Look like something fell down there. Let's just go back to that. Let's see, here somewhere, wasn't it? What's he dropping? Where'd it go to? Is that a golf ball? Oh, I've gone past it now. There it is here. What's he dropping? I can't see where it goes to. It's a UFO, man. Let's just slow it down. Get rid of that stupid thing. Ads. Where'd it go to? Alright, we can see it there now. Gets to that bright bit there. But where does it go after that? Does it bounce up to him? I don't see it. Oh, it's bouncing up to him. I think it's there, is it? I don't know. Could be part of his suit bending. But it just shows you, you know, people putting up all these UFOs in space, right? Even on this video, there's a wee bit of a mystery of that object, where it does appear to. And people say, oh, it's CGI. It doesn't seem to do much. We've got no sound on it. You can see those little artifacts on the film there. You see the scratches. See that? Scratch, scratch, or hair or something. That's a UFO. That's what security wants. You should look into this one. Let's step it. Let's see if we can pin them. There it is. UFO, look. A UFO watching him. You idiots. Okay, let's just keep on going. Let's see. There was a couple more good ones. Did I miss them? Oh, I saw a black one then. Oh look, security. Look, UFO. Decloaked is watching this flight. Obviously, you know that's dirt on the film. Bit of dust, see? That dusty where I use that. And so NASA are covering up. Oh look, there's another one. Another UFO, but it's a white one this time. Oh, there we go. Got several at the same time then. One there. One there. One down here. 3 of them. Oh, it's a triangle. You can tell I'm being sarcastic though, I hope. Oh look, there's a big UFO. Look at this one. Looks like a TR-3B. That one does, doesn't it? Look at it, I'll just zoom into it. Look at that. It's moving so fast we only got one frame of it. Yeah, send it to Farsight. Courtney Brown will handle it for you. Anyway, I know it's a bit messy show today, but I don't care. If you're watching this far so far, good on you. Anyway, leave it there. I've got to go to the toilet now anyway, and you guys are probably falling asleep. But I've got to do chapters for this as well. It's probably going to take as long as the last show did. Yeah, I might just post a link to that one too. Spaceman in space. I call it. Don't know if I mistyped that or not. These guys are going silent on the side, so I think you've probably all dropped off anyway. And whether my live streams are still going, I don't know. It may have stopped working. Haven't been checking it. But yeah, it's time to get going. Hey, at least I managed to do a show. I don't know if I'm going to do other ones yet. Depends how I feel. I might do. So how long have we been going for? See, I never thought I'd do a 5-hour show today. I thought it'd be like 2 hours or less. But anyway, there you go. Time flies when you're having fun. Say good night all. Stay safe. And watch out for the bullshit, won't you? And question everything. We know there's real stuff out there, but we know 99% of it's just garbage. Hey, Wise, thank you for your kind words. And I know the other guys probably fallen asleep. Shogun's probably gone to bed. And King, he said he was. But anyway, I'll just round up. Oh no, he's still here. You're going to get in trouble with the wifey. Anyway, it's the weekend, and it's a long weekend. It's King's birthday, isn't it? It's Monday off or something like that. When I don't work, every day's a holiday. It makes everybody jealous. And of course, anti people getting benefit, of course. But yeah, I paid my taxes. I did my time. But yeah, it was kind of fun doing this today anyway, and I think we learnt a few extra things there, you know, in the process. I'll just kick this off now. I'll just get rid of the alien. Bye bye. Why is it not working? Endon. Here we go. So you better scroll back now and watch it, guys. Hopefully the CPU's not going to glitch. Looks like it's going alright. Another 5-hour stream, crikey. Keep looking to the skies, people. You never know what you're going to see. Don't get discouraged. Stuff happens when you least expect it. When you're looking for it, it never shows up. As we found out with my stuff. The paranormal especially. Now I've got a hallway camera. Another one. I want to see those lights come on by themselves. Never know, it might happen. Oh, my bedroom light's been popping on too. Started happening again, so we'll see what happens. Anyway, better round off here. Where's the end button?